just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez.
Right. Deep game.
Outside my door, young dudes with Texan Simmons. Swear it's crazy over here in this western hemisphere. Listen here, how what you call a human is engineered with a tear, cause the devil done made his mission clear. Okay, now let me fly y'all away somewhere and just get high all day. I'm playing, they say life is what you make it. What you do when life don't make sense. Some start to take shit, no replacements. Assalamu alaikum, wa alaikum shalom. In his life, one thing sacred, his moms can't quite overstand how shit has become. 2% rule while the rest live off crumbs. Swear it's crazy out here deep in the slums. The real criminals got the world speaking in tongue. Another mother screaming R.I.P. to his son. Swear we've been pushed to the limit and even beyond. Inhale the smoke till it starts reaching the lungs. Blow a kiss to the earth and throw a piece to the sun. With true love for everybody, even the bomb. Precious to life. Got niggas reaching for guns, saying they ready, but nobody be when it comes. Keep fighting for liberation, we'll see when it comes. And I'd rather be shot dead, forced in the grave, and be a fake, a sellout, a corporate slave. This life is a gamble. Manage your chips along the way. Crossroads and family split. Damn it, it's sick. Swear all we need is each other. Want your cheddar talk, cholesterol increasing the butter. No need for role models. They drug influence. If I ain't care why I put so much love into it. How we do music, forgetting to put love into it. Destroying the game when our kids got a sub into it. Welcome back, brothers and sisters. I'm your host, Bro Sanchez, and we're back with another informative live stream here on Bro Sanchez TV. As always, we would like to begin with a mic check, so let me get a 1 in the chat room if you can hear me loud and clear, and we'll begin. Once again, peace and love, brothers and sisters. We are in the building, and we are back with another informative live stream here on Bro Sanchez TV, with today's topic being, World control over the soul of man. And when I say soul of man, I'm saying Solomon, the wise man. All right. They want a very dumbed down world. We know that. And one of the lowest degrees of degradation, or one of the lowest degrees of dumbing down of people, is to have control over the soul, not the mind. I know what you've been thinking. Yeah, I know for so long they told us that mind control will dumb the masses down. That's true, but soul control will keep them dumb forever. Soul control will keep them dumbed down to the lowest level of dumbness and keep them there for eternity. This is what soul control is. We're talking about another aspect of control that's beyond mind control. Now, according to our ancestors, the mind is the soul. I'm going to say that again, that according to your ancestors, I'm going to give you 3 synonyms for the word soul, meaning you can interchange these, all right, brothers and sisters? That would be mind, that would be soul, and that also would be consciousness. Mind, soul, consciousness are all the same thing. These are 3 synonyms or 3 aspects of one higher dimensional being. Another name for this being that resides within the body, right? Because Solomon built the temple for God. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. Solomon built a temple for God, but you got to go beyond the mythology, brothers and sisters. Solomon is you and me. That's when you're talking about the flesh and bone human, but you're not dealing with the flesh and bone part. You're dealing with that infinite mind, that soul that permeates through the chunk of flesh that we call a body. That's Solomon. Solomon is the soul of man, the Sol of man. Sol of man. Solomon is the soul of man. You got to learn how to be a Deciferian. That's a new word that I made up. And if you fuck with Brother Sanchez, then that's if someone asks what we are and you don't feel like saying a flat earther, you can say, look, I am a Deciferian. Let me spell it for you real quick before we go any further. A Deciferian is a new word that I just made up. And these are people who base their entire reality off deciphering it. Okay? This is a new movement. You're hearing it here right now. We are the Deciferians, meaning we're not Luciferians. We don't tell lies and hide the truth. We decipher all that. We're the Deciferians. You know what I'm saying? So we'll talk more about that later, but let's talk about Solomon, which is your soul, the soul of man. So the word is spelt simply spelling the word decipher and put E-A-N behind it. Decipher, E-A-N behind it. You know, Deciferian. Niggas ain't used to creating their own words, so when another black man do it, it becomes something to laugh at or something. Get your silly ass out my chat if that's funny to you that a nigga invented a word with your hating ass. Won't you go invent one? Back to what I was saying. Back to what I'm saying. Solomon built the temple for God. The soul of man built a body for God to dwell in, and God is you. Listen, God is Solomon. God is the soul of man. And that soul of man built the body inside of his mama fetus sac and dwelled in it. And then when the soul built that body, the soul went and dwelt in that body. So the body is the living temple of God, or the soul of man. You have to understand this to understand what they about to get ready to take from you. I say you got to understand this to understand what they getting ready to take from you. Some of you know you got souls, but you don't know how to identify, which means if I stole it from you, you wouldn't know it's missing. I said some of you got souls, but you don't know how to identify it. So if I stole it from you, you wouldn't know it was missing. Listen up today. I ain't here to play with y'all. I ain't here to play with y'all. All right. So let me play a little video. Well, before I play the video, let me set the stage real quick. So I've been telling y'all for a long time, when they make space, excuse me, take a drink. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, I've been telling y'all a long time that when they make space travel accessible to humans, it'll be an out-of-body experience and not a natural one. Listen, the universe that they're created doesn't exist in your natural world. That is a matrix that only exists in your mind via indoctrination. The universe you believe in is not the universe you live in. And the universe you believe in is the one that they've now created. In the occult, they call that the kingdom of God. Kingdom of God coming to the earth in the last days is that humans will no longer live on this earth. They will live in virtual realities. This is going to be a vegetable planet for a couple thousand years. And the only people the only thing that's going to be inhabiting it is robots. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine a whole world where everybody is asleep? Where where we're no longer giving birth to babies. We're 3D printing them. Or we're simply uploading avatars into a virtual reality, extending the family. Once your mind is uploaded into a computer, you cannot die. Death will be impossible. In the book of Revelation, it says, in the last days, man shall seek death, but shall not find it. Within this universe, they can make it be whatever they want it to be. They can make it be a lake of fire one day. They can make the sky gray. They can make the sky green. The grass can be pink. They can do what they want in this simulated universe. They can create their own laws. How would you like to be inside of a universe like that, where man can rewrite the laws of it? And that's the new reality, is one they're building for you, because the fate of humanity that they have planned cannot be manifested in the natural world. What they got planned for you is so sinister. It can only be manifested in the world they have created and put you into it, and you cannot get out unless the computer is destroyed. And you can't destroy the computer when you're inside of it, brothers and sisters. They're trying to create a world where there's more robots walking around than humans, and all the humans are laid up in huge towers like vegetables, living out their life motherfucking times in a simulated mind realm, mind space. There's a great exodus happening on earth, and there's no one talking about it, and it's quite concerning. I'm going to show you a lot of stuff today that's going to blow you away if you got eyes to see and ears to hear. But more than that, if you have your third eye open, if you are what I call a deciferian. All right, now let's do some deciphering. We're going to crawl before we walk. And we're going to start off with a couple of videos just to set the premise to let you hear from these scientists what I've been telling you guys for years, that space is fake. If it was real, they would be able to send you to it without sending you. They promised us that by this time, humans will be taking trips to space. They came through on that promise. But what they didn't tell you is that space was never real. Space was virtual space. Virtual space. Ain't no such thing as this space that they gave you. That was what they gave you to. All of this time, they've been preparing us to accept this idea of going into synthetic universes. And with what I'm about to show y'all here today with these videos and articles, we'll go more in depth with it. So with no further ado, let's just go ahead and do that.
We physicists are now looking into the brain itself, and we can see blood flow, and we can even see thoughts as they're being created. And we can now show that certain old wives' tales are correct. Every parent, for example, believes that their teenage children suffer from brain damage. It's partially true. Scanning the prefrontal cortex of teenagers, you find that it's not fully formed. And that's why they take risks, because they don't understand how dangerous certain things are. Another old wives' tale is, when a man talks to a pretty girl, he starts to act stupid. Absolutely true. We have brain scanned men talking to pretty girls, and what happens is blood drains from the prefrontal cortex, and they start to act mentally retarded. Absolutely true. We can quantify the effect. We can measure it by measuring the drop in blood flow to the cerebral cortex. Now, I personally believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space.
Right here is where I want to stop and do some deciphering, people. Okay? The space programs are changing just like everything else on Earth. And in the new world, they're no longer launching rockets to space, they're launching minds to space. The trick behind that is they were never launching rockets to space. They were launching rockets back into the ocean, making you think they went to space while space was being created in a virtual reality all along. That's why all of your visuals of space are computer simulations. You will be able to live inside of that virtual space in the future. In other words, their universe doesn't exist outside. It exists in a computer. And when you tell them to take me to your universe, they say, give me your mind. Let me say that again. See, the universe that Brother Sanchez teach about with this ancient cosmology, if you say, Brother Sanchez, take me to your universe, I'm going to walk your butt outside and say, look around. Because the cosmology that I've accepted is the cosmology that I actually live in. I experienced the earth flat. I experienced the sun and moon on each side of me, just the way ancient cosmology explains it. However, the modern form of explaining the universe, when you walk outside, you see just the opposite. So since they can't walk outside and show you the universe they believe in, then they've built that universe inside of a computer called the beast. And when you get ready to see their universe, they're going to say, let me plug you up to this machine and take your mind out of your body.
And that's the price you pay for believing in lies. You need to understand what I'm telling you now. Space travel is real. Yeah, you're traveling virtual space. I've been telling you this all along. This guy is a theoretical physicist. You know what that means? Let's break it down. The first word is theory. The second word is physical. That means his job is to theorize about the physical world. His job, right, is to create a theoretical view of the physical world and not a natural view. Let me say that again. Let me put his title in front of him so you can see it. A theoretical physicist. A theoretical physicist. Do you know what his job is? Do you know what his job is? It's to give you a theoretical explanation of the physical world, not to give you a natural explanation or a scientific explanation. Let me say that just one more time, if y'all don't mind. I say his job as a theoretical physicist is to give you a theoretical understanding of reality, not a real one, not a natural understanding of reality, not a scientific understanding of reality, but a theoretical one. Let's move on. See, a theoretical physicist cannot reduplicate his theoretical universe in a natural world. He can only reduplicate it in a computer simulation. And then for you to see his theoretical universe in totality, like how we're experiencing reality now, he have to take your mind out of your body and put it in a computer. But if his universe was real, wouldn't we just go and fly off the earth like they do? Why all of this time they've been telling you astronauts going to space and they launching rockets up. Now when they get ready to take humans to space, they want to take your damn soul out your body. This is called the rapture. This is what Jesus told you, when I come and take your soul out your body, you coming to live with me on a cloud. But he didn't tell you it was an AI cloud. All of this shit is stored in a cloud space. A kingdom in the heavens, a kingdom in the clouds. See, the Bible is dealing with modern science. Let's keep moving.
Talking to pretty girls. And what happens is blood drains from the prefrontal cortex and they start to act mentally retarded. Absolutely true. We can quantify the effect. We can measure it by measuring the drop in blood flow to the cerebral cortex. Now, I personally believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. We're going to put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second.
Your consciousness will be on the moon. Listen now, the moon ain't nothing you can land on in reality. It's not a physical object. Flat earthers have been telling y'all this for a long time. The moon is just a light. It's a holographic projection. It is not a solid thing, if you will. But listen, they know that. Because if the moon was a solid thing that your solid body could land on, they would send a solid rocket with your solid body and let your solid ass land on it just like all the other astronauts. Why is it now different? We've been telling y'all, they've been faking space, going nowhere, just to prepare the world to go out of the body. They got everybody indoctrinated now, ready to travel through space. And so they're going to be willing to hand their souls over into the beast computer. But when you get in there, they ain't going to let you out, man. You get trapped in these. I'm telling you, it's not that easy to get out like we think. And once you inside of a computer, you cannot die. The only way you can die or exit that computer is if they, what you call it? It's called uploading and downloading. They'll have to extract you. If you live inside of a computer, death is think about it. Death and life is part of the simulation that we live in. But when they're rewriting their own simulation, think about it. Death and life within this simulation is you simply being loaded into the simulation and extracted out of the simulation. But in their simulation, I don't think they're going to be allowing for extraction. They're looking for eternal slaves. Imagine being born, uploading into their universe and finding out that you can't get out now. But this is where we're going, y'all, and I'm finna go deep with this. Let's listen to some more.
I believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. We're going to put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it, downloads it, and puts it into an avatar.
Did you hear that? They're going to download your consciousness and put into an avatar. Now, this avatar exists within their fake-ass theoretical universe. That's how you're going to go to space, out of the body. I hope you globalists listen. This proves that space is fake, man. If it was real, why think about it? It's more easier to send us to space by mastering the old form classic way. Like, let's build better rockets that can house more people and withstand more stuff. Like, that route of technology is way more easier and more achievable than trying to take people's souls out of their body. Y'all don't think that's radical? You signed up to go and fly through space, not to hand your damn soul over. Y'all don't get the game they playing on you. They want your soul. They want the soul of man. You signed up, brothers and sisters, to get on a rocket and enjoy the trip. And wouldn't you like to look out the wonder on that trip to the moon and look at all the stars and take selfies and take pictures? And day one on my way to the moon, I like that form of travel. Think about it. If the moon is real and we can go to it from Earth, why you gotta take my soul out of my body and put it in an avatar that's in a fake universe where you can land on the moon? Because you can't land on the moon in this reality. People, I hope y'all see how desperate they are. They know space is fake. Flat Earth got them so desperate. Instead of them building better rockets and trying to master the science we already been going with, they just said, fuck rockets, fuck the whole space program we foundated ourselves on. Now all your space programs into stealing your damn soul. And you think it's a damn game, a lot of you, but let me show you something. You want to know why NASA logo is the damn serpent and the beast? This the serpent that devoured the souls of man in Revelation, came to make war and started devouring the children on the earth. Go read the book. All of your space programs are abandoning the rockets and abandoning all this shit. Think about it. Elon Musk, one of the biggest names in the space field of space, right? He's mostly known for conscious uploading, neurotechnology dealing with taking the consciousness out of the brain, Neuralinks. Don't y'all get it that seem to be a relationship with people who launching rockets and trying to take the soul out the body? But what is the relationship? The rockets is a distraction. They just shooting that in the ocean to make you think space is real. Why they created in a computer. What they trying to launch is your soul into the beast computer. Okay? Everybody that's into rocket launching is also into trying to get niggas' souls out their body, and y'all don't get it. And the logo for all these people is the devil goddamn tongue, and we know the devil wants your soul. Somebody lied to you. They told you that these devils just wanted your mind. They don't want your mind. The mind is just the gateway to the soul, because when you stop thinking clearly, you'll hand your damn soul over like a fool. Don't know what you got. They didn't want your mind. What they always wanted was the soul of man. But they had to go through the mind to get to the soul, and here we are today. They got the mind fully conquered, and we're willing to hand over our soul through our indoctrination. Boy, the devil slick. Let's listen to this.
In 1 second. Measure it by measuring the drop in blood flow to the cerebral cortex. Now, I personally believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. We're going to put...
One more thing. These devils finally reach a point of science where they can digitize the human brain, and the first thing they want to do with it is prove that their universe is real by taking your brain into a theoretical simulation of it, because they can never take you to it in the natural world. But think about this. When you think if we achieve how to digitize the human brain, we'll make it think better, we will make people smart as hell, we would make people have better habits, we would delete smoking habits, we don't need Nicoderm patches no more. If niggas had something they wanted to conquer in their personality that they couldn't conquer, if you was a gambler, we can delete that. Look at all the good things we can do with digitizing the brain. You can take away hate off these niggas' brain, these damn haters out here who be hating on your boy. You can just delete that shit. You can just delete player hating right up out these niggas. Look at all the good shit you can do with this technology. You can make motherfuckers have consideration again for their fellow brother. You can delete off envy. All that good stuff you can do with the brain, and the first thing you want to do is launch that shit into a fake world.
Put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness. We'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it, downloads it, and puts it into an avatar. An avatar that looks just like you. Handsome, strong, beautiful, whatever. and immortal, and you can walk on the moon. You can then go and explore Mars. In fact, I think that once we have laser porting perfected,
I'm going to rewind that. He said you can now walk on the moon because you couldn't do it at first. Y'all don't listen to the terminology. He said, and you can now walk on it. Think about it. All the good stuff we can do with digitizing the brain that I just named. But what the first thing they want to do is prove space is real by putting your brain in a fake world. And what did he say? What? And now you can now walk on the moon. So let me get this straight. All the good things we can do with this technology, and the first thing you want to do is moonwalk, nigga. You should have took some Michael Jackson tutorials, motherfucker. What's wrong with these niggas? So all of this research so niggas can be like Mike and moonwalk. Hold up, well, let me get this straight. We just cracked the code on how to digitize the human brain, and we don't make better humans. Niggas just learn how to moonwalk like Mike, and y'all don't get it. You can now walk on the moon. Oh, because you couldn't do it at first. You can do it now in an avatar, in a fake motherfucking world. Y'all, boy, I tell you, if this ain't a dead giveaway, if you still a globalist after this, man, I don't get you.
once we're going to put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second.
See how they trying to sell this off? They telling you it's too dangerous for you to go to the moon. So y'all debunking yourself. If it's too dangerous for me to go, it was too dangerous for Neil Armstrong to go. If astronauts went to the moon in a rocket, I want to go in a rocket. I don't want to hand you my soul to go. Think about the game, y'all. The devil is a lie. The devil is a slickster. You send them to the moon on a rocket. You send me to the moon, you asking me for my soul? Wait a minute. They go to the moon on a rocket, but when the whole world get to go, you want our souls in a computer. Oh man, y'all, this is not good.
We can quantify the effect. We can measure it by measuring the drop in blood flow to the cerebral cortex. Now, I personally believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. We're going to put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars.
Now, how will you be on the moon in 1 second without all them dangers? Because you won't be on the fucking moon. You'll be on a theoretical moon inside of a simulation with your consciousness in an avatar. He's double talking. You're not on the moon. Think about it. People so dumbed down, man, this is scary. He's double talking. You're not on the moon. You out your body inside of a computer that's simulating the moon via a binary code. They can put you on a piece of cheese if they want to. They can turn the moon to a big floating rat and say we're crawling a rat. This is the magic school bus, nigga. They can put you inside of a body and let you explore the liver and the stomach. They can put you where they want you to be. And if you get out of line, they can put your ass in a volcano with fire. If you get out of line, they can put your ass in a Marianas Trench in the bottom of the ocean. And what you gonna do? You in a computer. You can't get out. Y'all, this ain't good. This is sinister.
Moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it, downloads it, and puts it into an avatar. An avatar that looks just like you.
Are y'all hearing this? Oh, I'm sorry, but let's take this back again.
We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam.
Now check how deep this is. Remember how we said they got a base on the moon? Here's the moon base right here, y'all. This moon is the moon that's inside of the beast computer. It's not the real moon outside. Once you get in the simulation, they're gonna shoot you to a moon base. And from that moon base, they're going to shoot you into another simulation. And they can keep doing that and trap you into an endless matrix of avatars, and you'll be trying to get back to your real damn body. They call this trapping the genie in Pandora's maze. Look up Pandora's maze, Pandora's box. Look here, man. This is what the Bible call throwing earth and heaven into the lake of fire. The lake of fire is this virtual space. They're throwing the entire earth into the beast computer. Everything about to be uploaded into, okay, you saw how the world took liking to the internet. We're going to take liking to the virtual web. Instead of creating a profile, you just upload your fucking soul into the shit. And people gonna be doing that. Because now, think about what they've done to the world. All the women wanna transform their bodies to have oversized butts and be Instagram models and get surgery and all that. What if they told you, listen, why don't you go into the virtual web? Everybody already living out their life online inside of the fake universe. And if you want another body, we can make it for you. Your avatar inside of this fake universe can be whatever you want it to be. If you want a bigger ass, we can do that we can make your avatar look however you want it to look. So the days of surgery and all that is gone. We're talking about a whole world of sleeping people, sleeping sheep. But you know how deep it is? The sheep is white. Now imagine most of the world population wearing white, right? Because we in hospital beds. You're a vegetable, plugged in. You living out your life in a simulated world. That's the future they want for us. Where did we see this at? In the Matrix movie. All these people plugged up. The world was destroyed. Go back and look at the Matrix movie. It was endless fields of just towers of sleeping humans living out their life in a fake simulated world. We're abandoning this world. And when you come back here in 200 years, it's going to be desolate, no trees or nothing. We're leaving this place. Only thing going to be here is a bunch of damn buildings with rodents and spider webs, but with humans and shit plugged to computers and AI managing our bodies and shit. Those last few humans on Earth won't be mating, making babies no more. They'll be living out their lives for infinity in a computer. Because even when they body die, what you're loading into this simulation is your soul. That's why I told you earlier, the consciousness, the soul, and the mind are the same thing. So when you put your consciousness in this computer, they can kill you, man. And if they kill your body while your consciousness is out of it, you're trapped in their computer because it ain't nowhere else for your consciousness to go. Your body ain't alive. They kicked you out your body and locked you in a box, put the genie in a lamp. See, listen, in nature, when we die, our soul leaves out of our body, and nature already prepared an avatar for you called a light body to house that consciousness. And it's already another world beyond this world for you to go to. Where the ancestors went, where your grandma went, where your dead loved ones went. But what they trying to do now, see, when everybody load into this fake universe, they can kill your body. You won't know it. You all listen, the moment they take your soul out your body and put it in this fake universe, you already dead. That's what death is. Taking your soul out your body. Whether your heart stop beating or not, that don't matter, because that's just an empty vegetable shell up there. That's how you got some people, all right, that have an accident. What happens is they technically die, but their body's still living. We're multidimensional creatures. It's possible for you to die with the body still living. We call it a vegetable. So let's say you have an accident at age 12 to make you go into a coma, but your body's still functioning and it still keep growing, and you be in a coma for like 15, 20 years. 30, you basically live out the rest of your life sleep in a hospital bed in a coma. But your family basically said he dead, we just don't want to stop his heart. Basically, you are that person dead, they soul already out their body going on. But it's still a power and functioning and wiring, a resonant energy going through the body, keeping it alive. We're multidimensional. The body's still picking up energy from the earth and the sky and everything, since really there's no harm to it. What essentially happened was a person's soul was knocked out of their living body. And we say that's a vegetable. Essentially, they already passed on. We just waiting on the body to die. It don't always happen at the same time. All right, so it's possible for you to get shot and for your soul to leave the body before you take your last breath. It don't always sync up at the same time. We're multidimensional. It's possible for the soul to leave before the body fully shuts down. Now, with that being said, this soul is very transmittable. It's the only thing that's really alive, that's really us. That's the true us. The body is a protective layer, and they got to get through the body and the mind to gain access to the soul. And they have done that. They've spent the 7,000 years doing that. They've gained access to the soul now, and they're preparing us to enter the new kingdom. Okay? And those who awake is not going to make this exodus or this great leap, this quantum leap, as they calling it, this rapture that's taking place in real time, family. And I'm warning you about it. You know how they going to get you? They going to say your kids can't go to school if you don't give us their soul. There's no more buildings. There's no more internet schools. All the students is uploading their consciousness into a simulation classroom, that's in the fake universe. There's no more pictures of space. The students are uploading right there on the moon to go explore space. And your children can't attend class if we don't get their soul. If you don't upload their consciousness into, they ain't attending. Now, once they get your children in there, then guess what? The parents gonna follow because you love your children. We're in the middle of an exodus, and I'll show you something. Before we move on and finish the video, let me show you the language that these bastards been putting right in your face. Here is a picture of Moses splitting the sea. This is called the Exodus. But what you got to realize is that's just mythology. The real Exodus is what I'm telling y'all about now. The soul of man going into the beast computer. Now, let me show you some sacred geometry to back me up real quick. Hold on. Look at this picture of Moses that I got up there. Now, let me show y'all something. Check this out. Keep that picture of Moses up there, right? Keep that picture of Moses up there. Now, let's go to this next image right here. See that? Let's go to another one. Look. Look at here. What we're looking at in the top right corner, that's the beast computer in the top right corner. But our ancestors said that we already inside of a computer. Our ancestors said that this reality we live in now, they ain't doing that but reverse engineering that. According to the ancestors, the world we living in now is simply a simulation from an old computer that they built. The ancestors built the first supercomputer, and they built the first synthetic universe. And guess what? I got news for you. You're in it. The Bible told you you were born in sin, not S-I-N, S-Y-N, synthetic. The Bible was trying to tell you, if you're a Deciferian and you know how to decipher this shit, being born into sin is to be born into a synthetic universe, a synthesization, not a reality. It's a simulation. We're trying to get out of this simulation. Why would you want to go deeper into another simulation? Y'all, that's taking you deeper into the pits of hell. The best thing you could do right now on earth is die a natural death. I'm going to say it again. If you're in your 30s and 20s, if you ain't, because all the old people going to die before all this shit happen. But most of us going to still be here when they able to trap your soul. We'll be old. The best thing you can do if you living on earth in the next couple hundreds of years is die a natural death without never uploading your soul into this new virtual world that they bringing. If you hearing my voice right now, I don't give a fuck if you got to be homeless and a bum. I don't care what happens. Don't conform. Do not upload. Hashtag do not upload. Hashtag do not upload. Listen, people, what we're looking at on the screen is the beast computer. I want you to take a good look at this beast computer and take a good look at what Moses is showing you. People, this is them splitting the ether and creating a new virtual space. To house a new reality is for the universe to make room for something else. And that is a split in the ether, like a bubble forming in the ocean. The moment they created a virtual space, they split the ether. And see, when you split the ether, it start off small, then it expand. You have to grow the cloud with time, but you can accelerate the process, which is what they doing with all the hadron colliders and stuff. Now listen, in my opinion, they have already reached a point in their expanded universe simulation where it can now house the entire map of their fake heliocentric universe. They're ready for us now. The kingdom has been built. Now listen. As the expansion listen, when you split the ether, sickness take place on earth. All of the sickness that's happening now is coronavirus dealing with the lungs and shortness of breath. It's because guess what? It's the ether that regulate the oxygen levels on earth. And once you go in tampering and splitting the ether like they doing now, the earth is going to become uninhabitable as the oxygen levels here decrease. Your lungs are going to have to be very strong to live here. A lot of us ain't going to make it because they've been giving us smoking for a long time. They've been creating a condition to where they don't want you to live here. And so they're going to tell you that your only out is to be uploaded. And I'm telling you that's a lie. Just die a natural way like your grandmother did. They train this new generation to fear death. The religion that they indoctrinated our forefathers with works against their new agenda. Because the religion they gave our grandmothers, man, your grandma would never upload her soul into a computer, even if she's a Christian. Because her Bible, our grandmothers really live by that Bible. Soon as you go to telling them, yeah, we're going to take you out your body, my grandma going to say, the hell you is. My grandma grabbed that person and walked out that bitch so quick. Hey, I'm telling you, can't get these old-fashioned Christians with this new technology. So for the last couple of years, they've been overriding that old system. They building a new system based around trusting science and niggas like Elon Musk. And most of these children today and even adults today are indoctrinated and rewired with this new world order religion that Elon Musk and Gates and them are creating. They're going to be more susceptible to upload. All right. But I'm still in that old school paradigm to where I'm not really scared of death. I mean, I got my mysteries of it, but I'm going to accept death like my grandma and granddaddy did. You can't convince my mama to upload. They know that. See, they're going to be exterminating us old schoolers, and what they really want is these children. If you look at the children today, they're so techie. The music they listen to, the rappers, is talking about shaking your ass while floating near the moon. I'm not making this up. They've been brainwashing your children, getting them ready to be uploaded into this fake universe. When they looking at a rap video, the rappers got champagne, big jewelry on, all that, but the rappers are not in natural settings. The rappers are in CGI background. You can be where you want to be. You got a lot of rappers floating in space, sipping champagne and shit. I'm not making this up. And what that's telling your children is, that'll be cool. I want to be that rapper, on a video in space or in this cyberspace with the cool background looking good. And guess what? They're going to grant your children's wish. They're going to say, you can't be like Young Thug or all these rappers. But look, we can create an avatar for you in our fake world. And that avatar can have as many platinum chains on as you want because it don't cost nothing. We just typing it in. You can have in many Ferraris you want. Now, a child would rather live out his life in a fake world than the real world. Because the child know in the real world he ain't got no Ferrari and all that. People do that now. They live out their life in video games. And you go in a grown man house and he say, let me show you my cars on Grand Theft Auto. And he cut the shit on and say, yeah, man, I got a garage here, a house there. And I'm like, bro, that ain't you. That's the nigga in the video game. You too grown for this shit now. You too goddamn grown to be living out your life in this goddamn video game. But that's where we're going now. I couldn't accomplish it in the real world, but nigga, in this fake world, when I upload, I got 10 Ferraris and a mansion. People ain't gonna wanna outload. People ain't gonna wanna come back to the real world. People gonna say, keep me in, man. I don't wanna come back. I'm living good over here. But when you look at this sacred geometry of the beast computer and the Exodus artwork, it's the same thing. Taking us across this water is also, it is another way of saying taking us, it's a quantum leap. It's a quantum leap, right? Okay, one step for man and one leap for mankind. That's why they sent man on a rocket and mankind, which is you, out of the body. That's telling you that they fooling you. They tricked you to hand over your soul. Otherwise, why can't I go to space the same way Neil Armstrong them went? See, the promised land is the land where everybody got it going on the other side. That's what I'm telling you. In this fake universe, you can be who you want to be on cloud nine. Like the Temptation said, you can be who you want to be on cloud nine. You ain't got no responsibility. Who ain't no need to work. You just fly around balling out, shooting and playing games. You can't die in it. So a nigga can shoot you 1,000,000 times and it just, disappear. I'm serious. This is fucking real technology. I'm not making it up. You're hearing it from their damn physicists. So if you look at this Exodus artwork, this is the secret of the Jesuits, y'all. The secret of the Jesuits is to build Christ's kingdom on earth. And Christ's kingdom on earth is what science is what I'm showing you here now. Is what I'm showing you now. Virtual space. Hold on a second. Let me show y'all something. So here is the Jesuit cross. And the secret of the Jesuits is what I'm giving you now. So when you look at this Jesuit cross, what are you looking at? Open up your eyes now. You're looking at the whole sinister agenda that they've been prepping us for the past couple thousand years. That's the secret of the Jesuits. The great crossing, the crossing over, the great crossing over, the great Exodus. They've been preparing this, trying to perfect this for a long time, and we here now. They have the technology to capture the human soul. Now, if you go back and look at an old show called Ghostbusters, they would swing out a little machine and it'll suck up these ghosts. And that machine looked like a small version of this beast computer, what they would capture the soul with in Ghostbusters. So they've been trying to see how to possess the soul of man. Like I said, it wasn't about mind control. It was about, the mind is a barrier. The mind is there as a guard for the soul. They know they gotta go through the mind and get to the soul. And the mind is like a body, is like a soul guard. The mind saying, hold on, let me think about what you're saying. That don't make sense. Wait a minute. Nope, I'm not gonna fall for that trick. The mind is there to make you think so that you don't hand over the soul. But once they stop you from thinking, the mind can't protect you no more. And like a fool, you will hand over your soul to these devils. Yeah, I want to be uploaded. That sound fun. Plug me in. Yep. You just motherfucking signed up for a trip to hell. And they talking about the first place humanity gonna go is to Mars, the red planet. Y'all don't get what they telling you. They told you in Revelation, earth and heaven gonna be tossed into the lake of fire. Now they telling you they trying to upload the whole earth into Mars, which is a red lake of fire type planet. Y'all ain't listening to the dual language. Look at the sacred geometry, because all of these symbols on the screen represent transitioning, like those revolving doors right there, going in and out. These inside space and outside space, dealing with the ethereal world, the astral world, the virtual space. You're leaving one dimension going into another one. What scientists have achieved right now is something called a dimensional split, where now humans are at a crossroads. You can either live in this dimension right now that I'm talking to you from, or 20 years from now, you can actually be living into another dimension that they've created in a computer, virtual space. So for the next couple thousand years, these two worlds are going to be coexisting together, and there's going to be a war on earth between people that don't want to upload and between a bunch of people saying, I think it's better that everyone upload. So this is going to also be like the whole corona thing, where if you don't want to upload, you're somehow denying science, or you're irresponsible. You need to get down with this new wave of selling your soul to the beast. This is going to be the new religion on earth for the next couple thousands of years. All right. So I'm just telling y'all what it is. Oh, you got Nut, Geb, and Shu in the bottom right corner, because that was the ancestors' way of conceiving the current simulation that we're in now. So when you look at Nut, Geb, and Shu and compare it to all the other symbols, it all lines up, even with this picture here. See? You see how Shu is showing you one eye? And look, that one eye is the sun right here. You got 4 triangles pointing inward toward the North Pole. That's they give you the sun because they sun worshippers, but in antiquity, it's the North Pole, which is the feather of Ma'at. It's all-seeing eye of Shu. But if you look at the negative space here, what Shu's showing you is 4 triangles. Right here in between his arms is a triangle. Then you got a triangle on each side of him, and his legs open right here give you that triangle. You got them 4 triangles, okay? Pointing you into the true self. But see, in this beast computer, when you go inside of the simulation, when you get a compass inside of the fake universe, it's going to point you back to Brussels, Belgium in the real world here. You get it? You get it? When you're living inside of this computer in a fake world, all of the compasses in that fake world points to this beast computer here. That's the center of that universe. That the universe that they're creating is being launched outward from this beast computer. So once you upload into that universe, the north in that universe will be this beast computer here, Brussels, Belgium, leading you back to the true self in this world so that you never get lost. But that sound good, but what if I told you they're trying to get you embedded into a whole layer of fake worlds, meaning they're trying to load you up into a moon base where they start the simulation. That's the first layer of their fake universe. Then from there, they're going to bounce you to Mars. But remember, Mars is a whole nother world, and a whole. So now they basically they creating an avatar for you on a moon base. So they got the whole world meeting up on the moon like a Q spot. And that moon base is just a projection point to get you into this fake world. They just can't load you right into it. They got to trap you in the layers so you can't get out. That's what I'm telling you. So they creating a fake avatar for everybody on the moon. Then they load your consciousness there. Then from that moon base, they got another avatar for you on Mars where you actually dying multiple times, right? You're basically having a bunch of deaths. So they create a fake body for you on the moon and put your consciousness in it. Then they shoot the consciousness out of that body to another body on Mars. Essentially, you just died again on the moon. Now, when you get to Mars, you in your third fake body. Your second fake body. And from there, they launch you to some whole nother galaxy where they said you can join everybody in the fake universe that's there. So you don't just go right there. It's a trip you're taking. But I'm telling you, the trip is to get you trapped in these different avatars. So when you get to that third avatar in Andromeda, wherever they housing the new world, you'll be able to choose which universe you want to go to. They'll give you options and shit like a tour guide. But everybody will start off at the moon and Mars and then be projected outward. That's to get you embedded into 3 layers. That's for security measures. You just can't go back out into the real world. You got to now leave out of one avatar back to this other avatar that's on Mars and leave that avatar on Mars back to the moon avatar. Then from the moon avatar back to your real body here. So they getting you tangled in. The odds of you doing that are very rare, by the way, finding your way back to your real body, because you got to keep in mind, in their fake universe, these planets are moving just like they teach us. So when you leave the moon and Mars and you say, hey, I want to get back to my real body now, I'm tired, they're going to tell you, well, hold on, man. It take 1 million years for the moon to rotate back around. So you got to wait it out. Yeah, for you to get back to Earth, you got to go through them avatars, the one on Mars and the moon. But see, since you left Mars and the moon and they kept moving, they trapped you. They going to tell you, man, it take about 100,000 years for Mars and the moon to get back around. So you got to wait if you want to leave. See what I'm saying? And now you go back to Mars and they say, well, now you got to wait another couple 100,000 years for the moon to get back right to where we can shoot. Boom. So they got you. You see, they can do this how they want. They can get everybody in a fake universe and then say, hey, y'all, Mars and the moon just got destroyed. So we can't get out. We stuck here. But I'm showing y'all all of the symbols I got on the screen. All are the Jesuit secret, which is the beast computer and the great exodus, which is they really wanted everyone's soul into a computer. They've been trying to do that. That was the plan all along. But I've talked enough. Now let's get back to and finish this video out. We got 2 minutes left. I'm going to let it play uninterrupted. He's going to confirm everything I just said, so I don't have to talk no more. We can let it play out.
True. We can quantify the effect. We can measure it by measuring the drop in blood flow to the cerebral cortex. Now, I personally believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. We're going to put our connectome on a laser beam and shoot it to the moon. We will be on the moon, our consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness. We'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years.
Every time he say they're going to shoot it, that means you're getting deeply and more embedded into the beast. You're going into levels of hell. Just like there's 7 heavens, seven hells. They trying to get you trapped in the seventh lowest one. What's the odds of you making it out of that maze? This is what Dante called the Inferno. Go look up a picture of Dante's Inferno. That's exactly what they're creating. A web of synthetic universes governed by the laws of the barbarian. Because the laws within these universes are going to be the same laws in a video game. For example, like Grand Theft Auto. Everybody can just go around doing whatever because it ain't real, but it is real because you can't get out, but you can't die. You can feel the shots, but you can't die. The Bible described this in Revelation. In this day, people gonna seek death, but shall not find it. Imagine getting shot and it just hurting forever until somebody, because think about it, it ain't like in this simulated universe, your avatar got to go to a doctor. It ain't got no blood. There's no flesh and bone. They program pain and all that like you do in a video game. They can program blood like Mortal Kombat and all that, but you really can't. You can have a simulated form of what would be bones and flesh, but there would be no need for a medical industry when you can just hit a few buttons for healing. Whoever controlling the simulation, when they see you get shot, or like a video game, they might just have medical packs laying around and you just fucking pick it up and it heals you. They can do that in a virtual world, in a simulated world, to where ain't no hospitals. It's just little hospital symbols, and when you hover over it, it heals you, and you just keep playing. You go retaliate. Think about it. Eternal war of Armageddon, of people retaliating for eternity. Because if you shoot me, I'm going to go shoot you back. But if we can't die, we going to be killing each other forever. Or not killing each other because we can't die. But the energy that's going to be produced will actually power the beast computer, so it ain't just a video game in vain. They need us to play the game because us within it moving around with our consciousness and stuff is what's going to help power the beast. Just like it is in our real reality. We help power the whole system. So they're reverse engineering. Let's hit play.
And what is on the moon? Without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it, downloads it, and puts it into an avatar. An avatar that looks just like you. Handsome, strong, beautiful, whatever, and immortal. And you can walk on the moon.
He said immortal. Now, people are so dumbed down today, family, that they don't know that they are already immortal. They have dumbed the world down for the past couple thousand years to prepare them for this moment. All of the religion that they gave us for the past 7,000 years is what I call flesh and bone religion. These are religions that teaches people they were born into a world inside of flesh and bone, when actually you are not flesh and bones on top of a globe. You are a soul inside of a simulated universe right now as I speak to you. We're in a holographic light-based reality. We can't perceive it as such because we are programmed to experience the simulation as physical. Okay? Now check how deep this is. Once through religion, they've convinced the whole world for the past couple thousand years that we are mortals and that the immortals are the gods in Olympus. Once they convinced us that we were mortals, we abandoned our ancient spiritual teachings that said we were always eternal beings. When we forgot that, they can promise you something you already got now. Let me say that again. When you forgot that, they can promise you something that you already have, which is immortality. But when they say immortality, what they saying is eternal enslavement. Let me say it again. When they say immortality, they're talking about a slave that can't die. Yo, harvesting slaves is a very tough process. Any slave owner would like an eternal slave that don't die. That's a no-brainer.
You can then go and on the moon. On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it, downloads it and puts it into an avatar. An avatar that looks just like you. Handsome, strong, beautiful, whatever, and immortal. And you can walk on the moon. You can then go and explore Mars. In fact, I think that once we have laser porting perfected, you'll have breakfast in New York, and then you'll go to the moon for brunch on the moon. You go to Mars for lunch, and then you go to the asteroid belt in the afternoon for tea, and then you come back to Earth that evening. This is all within the laws of physics. And I'll stick my neck out. I think this actually exists already.
You know why? Because he know we living in a simulation right now. He know the reason they was able to invent it because they reverse engineered ancient science. That's what he know. And I can prove it to you right now. I'm not reaching. Watch this. Our ancestors said that the earth we living in is the same shit they trying to reverse engineer. It's a simulation. You see this image? The reason the ancestors said that our universe looked like this is because the universe that these scientists have achieved is nothing but a reverse engineered version of what we in now. They know the earth is flat. If you look at what the Mayans showing you that ain't that. It's telling you that we live in a big beast computer. I'll show it to you. So here is the beast computer right here. And here go the Mayan cosmos. The Mayans said we already live in a beast computer. And the Mayans said that this life is an illusion, and when you die, you'll wake up from it. Our ancestors said your final ritual in your initiation process of being an eternal soul was death. And the reason they said that because they knew you would fear death. But death is your way out of this simulation that our ancestors created. They reverse engineered the simulation we in, and here it is right here. So you want to know what the Space Force is? It's the space police that's going to keep law in these virtual realities. Did you hear me? Yeah. When man moves into virtual worlds, you're going to need law and order, right? And you're going to have space forces. And these are men these are going to be huge buildings of police hooked up to computers following you into the simulation to arrest you and shit. But they ain't going to bring your consciousness back to the earth and lock you up in a real jail. Once they capture you, that you will be in a simulated prison. And the prison can be whatever they want it to be, depending on what crime you committed. So if you committed a real bad crime, your prison may be at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. You can't die. Sharks and shit swimming around. Can you imagine that? They may load you into a real life hell with the devil, or your prison may be your worst fears, and they just make you go through it. They can do that now with what we're getting into. So, yeah. So, you look at the beast computer, you look at what the Mayans said we in here, you look at this Jesuit cross, you look at what Moses showing you, the Exodus, and you go back here, Brother Sanchez got it all mapped out for you. I am vibrate, I see. my fellow Deciferians. Let's continue the video.
I think outside the planet Earth, there could be a highway, a laser highway of laser beams shooting the consciousness of aliens at the speed of light, laser porting across the galaxy. And we humans are too stupid to know it. How would we even know that this laser superhighway exists? How would we even detect it with our technology? Our technology today is so primitive that we wouldn't even be able to know that this already exists. So in other words, I think laser porting is the way that we will ultimately explore the universe. We'll explore the universe as pure consciousness, traveling at the speed of light, looking at asteroids, comets, meteors, and eventually the stars at the speed of light. All of this within the laws of physics. When will this happen? Perhaps in 100 years. The Connectome Project will map the entire brain in about 100 years. And then what do we do with it? I say we shoot it to the stars.
So all of this work just to, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So we're gonna continue our journey here, and we end up with articles like this, right? How mixed reality is sending us across the solar system. So before I get into this article, let me show y'all how silly this is. Think about it, right? The final frontier of space exploration that will open up space exploration for every man and woman on Earth is gonna involve mixing your reality with simulations. Understand what I'm saying? This is the final frontier of space exploration that will make it commercial. And you thought that it was gonna be big old ships where you go to the spaceport and we fly away from Earth. Y'all silly. You're silly. It's everything flat earthers been telling y'all about. Astral projecting. So flat earthers say that the only way you can leave Earth is by astral projecting, and space is fake. And guess what? These people proving us right. Because now when they telling you can leave Earth, they're giving you a GMO form of astral projecting, which is consciousness uploading, or what they call in mind uploading. That's GMO astral projecting. You can do that without their technology and don't have to worry about losing your soul. Everything we've been telling y'all, they're now manifesting it synthetically. And the reason we've been saying it is so you wouldn't fall for the trick. So now we arrived at a point where they're saying we're ready to take humanity to space. And it's not the mode of travel that you thought. You got to really think about that. You should really think about that. They kept their promise of taking you to space, but they didn't tell you how they was going to take you to space, so they didn't lie. They didn't tell you that you were going to be going there out of your body, handing your soul over. They had you thinking you were going on a rocket, but they weren't telling you that your mind is the rocket. People, they ain't been trying to launch no rockets to space. They've been trying to create technology to launch us inside of this beast computer for the past couple hundreds of years. You the rocket. The minds is what they want to launch. The consciousness is what they trying to launch out the body. They trying to get Jack out the box. They're trying to launch the soul out the body into a world they'll create it. They ain't trying to launch no rockets out to space. If they was, we'll be traveling there in rockets instead of me giving you my consciousness. Y'all don't think this is very radical? You would think people will be like, damn, wait a minute. How do we go from niggas eating popcorn, enjoying a trip in a rocket to Mars, to you asking me for my soul? Because it's everything we've been saying. The only way you can leave here is astral projecting out of the body. And that's what they're confirming. If you can leave here any other way, trust me, they would do that. It's way more easier than creating technology to steal souls. Think about how much research and technology and money went into the past couple hundreds of years of research that would allow them to achieve mind uploading today, that would allow them to achieve soul capturing today. Boy, they put in a lot of sweat and blood and tears and shit. If we can get this, think about it. That's hard as hell to do. That ain't easy to do. To take someone's consciousness out there, that ain't easy, man. It's way more easier to just build a good rocket and we all just fly to Mars, like you said. Think about it. It's way more easier. Think about it. Y'all been spending our tax money all these years perfecting the rockets. Now we just gonna abandon the whole rocket concept and just give me your soul. Think about it. We just gonna abandon all this rocket research we've been doing. When you dumb, a nigga say it don't take a rocket scientist. So we've been worshiping rockets, trying to perfect. We've been perfecting rockets, spending all this money. Now fuck the rockets. Just give me your soul. Let me get your consciousness. And y'all don't get it. It was never about the rockets. We the rockets they've been trying to launch into hell. Let me go ahead and see. Let's get back to this article here. Hold on a minute. Yeah, let's go back to this. So I'll leave the chat up while I read this, so y'all can see y'all chats up there. And do me a favor, if you haven't hit the like button, please do that for me. It helps us a lot. Appreciate you. All right. I'm about to read now. Hold on. How mixed reality is sending us across the solar system. Our exploration of space has provided some of the most iconic and definitive moments in human history. The truth is, however, that expeditions to other planets and moons are vanishingly rare. Let's read that again. The truth is, however, that expeditions to other planets and moons are vanishingly rare. These folks just told you we never went to the moon. They trying to tell you in a nice way without making you seem so butthurt. You got to listen to the energy behind the scientists who wrote this article. Let me start over. Our exploration of space has provided some of the most iconic and definitive moments in human history. This is them priming you up saying, look, we know we've been telling y'all we walked on the moon and all that shit and we heroes and man left the earth. That's what they telling you. And then in the next line, read it. Right after they tell you that, this is what they say. But the truth is that expeditions to other planets and moons are fucking very rare. They don't want to say the truth is, man, all that's bullshit. And we really got to take you to space with virtual reality. This whole article, that's what it's saying, y'all. I swear to God, it just make me just want to shout right now. This whole article is them saying that, y'all. That, look, we know we said we went to space and all that, but the truth is doing all that shit is very rare, man. In other words, it's bullshit, dog. And the real way we gonna get to space, right, is by getting everybody out the body. That's what this whole article basically saying, y'all. That's a deep moment. Like, shit fucking crazy. Oh my God. Oh, let me get composure here. Okay, hold on. I'm about to finish reading. This is crazy, man. So, landing human beings on the surfaces of these worlds is even less common. It's been 47 years since anybody last kicked up the lunar dust of our moon back in 72. Stop and listen to me, folks. They're telling you, oh my God, y'all better listen. They said the last time we went to the moon was in 72 and we ain't never been out of the earth since because it's so rare, right? And they want you to believe that we were able to leave the moon in 72. Oh my God. Oh my God. They want y'all to believe that during the time when motherfuckers had rotary phones. Oh my God, you ain't hearing me. President Nixon spoke to the astronauts on the moon with a landline phone. People, that would have been a hell of a long card. They would have had to run a phone line from the earth to the moon. All we had was landline phones then. How was he talking that far? They never went to the moon. It was a lie. Because if they did, surely we would be going back today with more advanced technology. So they want you to believe we went to the moon before the damn beeper was invented. But we can't go back during the time where they got the technology to capture your soul. Let me get this straight. Y'all smart enough to take our souls out our body, but y'all ain't smart enough to go back to a place that y'all went to during a time where we didn't even have beepers. That makes sense to a dummy. Let me say that again. You smart enough to take a nigga's soul out his body right now, but you ain't smart enough to launch a goddamn firecracker or skyrocket to a damn rock and land it on it? You were smart enough to do it during the time when niggas was using motherfucking rotary phones, but you ain't smart enough to launch a damn skyrocket to a rock during the time where you got the technology to capture souls. Some ain't adding up, bro. Some is not adding up. Clearly, you would definitely have the technology to launch niggas to the moon. Man, we supposed to have motherfucking highway systems that lead from the earth to every planet by now. We should have tunnels made out of material that connect from the earth to the moon, and you just shoot through the damn tunnel planet to planet with tunnels just connecting all the damn planets if your shit was real. That would be easier to make than trying to find out how to take a nigga's soul out his body. Y'all ain't getting it, man. Truly, we would master how to shoot fucking fireworks before we master how to steal souls, unless you're a damn devil and you just trying to steal people's souls from the get-go. Come on now. All a rocket is a big-ass skyrocket. Surely your scientists can expand that concept to big-ass rockets, right? Where we can shoot to the motherfucking moon while we watch TV like a plane trip. Surely we would be able to achieve something like that before we achieve some technology that can take a nigga's soul out his body. If I would have asked y'all 50 years ago, which one is man more likely to achieve? Rockets that's gonna allow us to travel the universe, or technology that's gonna allow you to take your soul out your body, niggas would have laughed at me. They would have said, nigga, that's a no-brainer. What the fuck are you smoking? They ain't researching no shit to take your soul out your body, you dummy. They rocket scientists. They researching rockets. That's what's gonna get us to space. If I would have told a nigga 20 years ago, hey man, in the future when we go to space, it's gonna be them creating the technology to take your soul out the body. A nigga would have laughed at me. He would have said, bro, what you think we studying rockets for, you dumbass? The space program are not churches. They ain't trying to take your soul out your body. Your pastor is, your reverend is, your bishop is. What the fuck NASA doing trying to take your soul out your body? And why is they damn symbol a devil tongue? If I would have told a nigga 20 years ago that the space programs and all of your scientists would have created technology to steal your soul before they developed rockets to get us to around space, niggas would have laughed at me. They would have said, what is he smoking? What do he think we're studying here in America? Rocket science, you dummy. Not how to take souls. That's what I thought. So here we are in 2020 and they revealing their true agenda. It was never about rocket science. It was about science to capture your goddamn soul in a jar. And now they got to come out telling you that now. That's what this article is about that we about to read. Now let's read it. But before I read it, if y'all don't mind, please let me take a quick commercial break. Thank you for your patience. When we come back, we'll tackle this article and we'll go into some more stuff. Be right back after this break. And we're back, and we're gonna get right into this article as promised, if y'all don't mind. All right. So landing human beings on the surfaces of these worlds is even less common. It's been 47 years since anybody last kicked up lunar dust on our moon back in 72. So when space missions do occur, the stakes are high. You only get one shot and there can be human lives on the line. Space agencies are constantly looking for ways to practice training ground control Space agencies are constantly looking for ways to practice training ground control and astronauts in environments that are as close to the real thing as possible. Immersive technologies provide the perfect means to do this. The U.S. government space agency has been developing and using virtual reality technology since the 1980s. Did you know that? Yeah, they needed the VR tech to even create this synthetic universe. In order to bring it to life and animate it, all the pictures of space we've seen for the past couple of years, it's been computer animations, cartoons like this one. How can you take a person to a computer animation? You have to take their fucking consciousness out of their body and put it into the computer. Let me say that again. They're telling you here that ever since space as we know it came to us in the form of modern science and modern Western curriculum, if you're 80s babies like me and all of us, what they call Generation X, the reason they call us Generation X because they've been preparing our generation to exit the earth. The reason they call us Generation X is because X marks the spot. X is the beast computer. We are the generation that they built this for. All of us 80s babies, we're the sci-fi children. Your grandmother and grandfathers didn't have sci-fi. They didn't have the type of technology. See, we're the video game generation. And that's how they're going to get us inside of there. They're going to, this is them saying that this technology is a crossbreed between the video gaming community and actual. This is going to be a whole nother thing. There's no way to categorize it. What did you put it under? You can't say it's medical. It's part of the medical industry. You can't, well, you can say it's part of the video game industry, which they are saying. But what they're not saying is this is actually part of religion. Because religion is about taking your soul out your body and getting it to wherever the creators of that religion want it to go, which is their form of heaven. They're saying we can create a better world, not by transforming this one, by actually creating a better world in a computer and abandoning this one. Okay? Generation X is the generation they built this beast computer for. That's why I'm here to get you to escape. That's why I'm here to warn you. I'm here speaking on behalf of the ancestors. When you say Generation X, it's Generation EX, Generation Exodus, Generation Exit, Blaxit generation. Let's get back into the article. But remember what I told y'all about this article. Basically, this whole article is saying, man, we never did go to space. That shit rare as fuck. And really the only way you can really leave the earth is shit in a simulation computer. You know, that's where space was created anyway, in a computer. So if you want to go to space, you got to go inside of a computer. That's a no-brainer. That's what Flat Earth has been telling you, that the universe you believe in is computer generated. People love and believe in that universe so much, they're willing to leave their body just to be in it. This is a religion, man. This is what all the hundreds and hundreds of years of religion on earth is climaxing to. The manifestation of these heavens in the clouds that they promised all their servants. Because virtual space is on a cloud. Okay? These are the kingdoms in the clouds, and these are the world religions now fulfilling their promises of giving y'all these kingdoms in the clouds. Do you still want it? You still want it? Now that you see what it is, now that you Christians see what the kingdom of heaven is, you still want to go? Do you still want to go? That's the question. Don't you want to go? Don't you want to go? Don't you want to go? All right. Let's get back, man. This is a lot of bullshit. Let's read on. The U.S. government space agency has been developing and using virtual reality technology since the 80s. As the technology has evolved and expanded into augmented reality and mixed reality, it's opened up new ways for scientists to test out a whole series of different scenarios. In this article, we'll explore some of the most innovative and exciting ways it's being used today in our bid to conquer the stars. Titan, exploring Titan with Microsoft HoloLens. Titan is Saturn's largest moon. For many scientists, it tops the wish list of places to visit because it's the only of our solar system's known moons that has a substantial atmosphere, and it's the only place besides Earth known to have liquids in the form of rivers, lakes, and seas on its surface. This means it's one of our best candidates for finding life outside of Earth. At the Johns Hopkins University of Applied Physics Laboratory in Maryland, a team is currently working on a robotic probe mission to Titan. The rotorcraft lander they're building is called Dragonfly. To design and prepare for the mission, the team have created augmented reality and virtual reality simulations to allow them to manipulate a virtual version of the robotic drone in situations similar to those it will encounter on the surface. So they've created an avatar for the drone. Think about this, y'all. Instead of them sending the drone to Mars, you've created Mars in a computer universe, and you've created an avatar for the drone on Mars. That ain't space travel. That's a damn lie. That's lying, man. That's a lie. You ain't training nothing. This is how your ass has been going to space. Virtual reality. Training my ass. This was how you been going. This was how you been going. So hold on, let me see some. It says okay, so I'm looking for this part where it says, give me a minute. Okay. All right, right here. Let's start here because this shit too long to read it all. Let's read here. The confined nature of the spacecraft and the extended time periods involved means astronauts face a unique set of stresses and pressures. NASA strives to prepare future astronauts for these challenges by training them in physical environments on Earth that recreate the confinement and isolation they'll face. The Human Exploration Research Analog, HERA, is the best known of these experiments. Studying environments like Arctic research stations and submarines can also provide useful context to assess the psychological issues that might arise on a mission to Mars. Virtual reality systems have been mooted as a potential solution for alleviating stress in space, with the research paper published in 2017 exploring the ways VR could positively impact the mental health of astronauts on long missions. One of its key findings is that VR could have an enormously beneficial impact by providing access to virtual natural environments. Stop, let me show you. In a minute, we're going to read another article, and the reason I wanted to pull that part up is because what we just read, they're saying future space explorations are not going to be done without VR goggles. Meaning, soon as you board the rocket, you're going to put on virtual reality goggles. Let me show y'all something real quick, because I want y'all to see this real quick. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Let me show y'all some, because I want you to get a mental picture of what I'm saying. I want you to get a mental picture. Hold on. All right, let's do this real quick. Y'all give me one minute. I'm getting you some more images that you're gonna need. Now look at here. Check this out. So they're saying in the future, when humans are able to travel to space, of course we read they're gonna train you first in VR. Now, they saying that the virtual reality won't be distinguished from the reality you're going to experience when you actually get to Mars. You won't be able to tell the difference between the two. That's what they keep on stressing. But they keep stressing that for a reason, because they ain't telling you that you never going to leave the Earth. Let me show y'all how sinister this shit is. Imagine a bunch of humans loaded onto this rocket, and they tell them, look, before we leave the Earth, everyone put on your virtual reality goggles and keep them on, and make sure you keep them on till we tell you, to take them off, right? And they got all of this shit connected to your body because we so high tech now. They're telling you, look, for the journey, we're going to upload everyone's consciousness into a little natural environment. So what they saying is this. Imagine 500 people on this rocket being launched to Mars. They ain't gonna see the trip. This is where the mind uploading gonna come in. They're saying when astronauts take these trips to the moon and all of these extended missions, it do damage to their brain and all that. They got a bunch of excuses why we can't look out the window. Why the fuck I got to be plugged up and out my body when you taking me to the moon? Why I can't fucking just look out the window and float around a rocket and blow little spit bubbles like the goddamn astronauts doing? Think about it. If space is real, I want to goddamn spit out some juice out my mouth and drink it back up in little floating bubbles. I want to see my urine float around too. I want to do little flips and shit with my socks off in the rocket too. Hell, I want to wrestle and all that and fly through the rocket ship like NASA do. But no, when you get ready to take me to space for the trip, I got to upload my consciousness because it's for my health, right? It's for safety. So where the VR gonna come in at is they saying for these missions to the moon and all that in the future is more healthier. In other words, you can be at the beach or in the woods enjoying a camping trip with your family, or you can be anywhere you want to be while you go through this mission. So if it take 3 months to get to Mars, for them 3 months, you can just go on a vacation in the Bahamas in your virtual reality. And when you wake up, you'll be on Mars. But the trick is, when you go out the body, that's a form of sleep. So how do you know you ever waking up? When they put your consciousness into this virtual world for the mission, you don't even know if you left the earth or not. Listen what I'm telling you. Imagine a bunch of humans on this rocket waiting to get lunch to Mars, but soon as they upload their consciousness out their body, they have a fake little 3-month vacation period. Then they say, okay, y'all, we at Mars. And they want you to think you literally getting off this rocket that launched from the Earth to Mars, but you still stuck in a fake world. And they got an avatar of this rocket. They done made a new avatar of your fucking body that went to sleep in this rocket. And they got your ass on a fake Mars in a computer. And you thinking you on a real Mars and you left Earth, but you still in a computer. You won't be able to tell the difference between the virtual world and the real one. See the trick? Why would they want you to be out of your body for the journey? Don't you think that's radical? I want to take pictures for the trip and all that. Now look, this is where I'm about to blow y'all mind. Imagine a bunch of humans inside of this rocket, but what really happens is you never leave the earth and they just got your body plugged up like a vegetable and you living out the rest of your life stuck inside of a virtual reality. And when you die, you won't even know your body dead in this rocket because you already out of your body. Mind uploading is a form of death. If your body die while you out of it, you won't know your body dead. But when you tell them, hey, I'm ready to go back into my body, they'll say, we're sorry to report to you that your body's been terminated. So you mean to tell me I'm stuck here? Unfortunately, yeah, because you know why? They can't make another flesh and bone body for you. Only your mama can make that. Man can't make that. He can only make fake avatars and trap you for eternity in these fake avatars. That's what the plan is for the future. Now look, imagine a bunch of humans in this rocket living out their lives, never leaving the earth, but thinking they leaving the earth. What you will see all around the earth is huge motherfucking rocket towers with humans on top of humans living out their lives in these towers. And they'll be thinking that they was launched off the earth, but they'll be living out the rest of their life in a virtual matrix, was tricking them like they was launched off the earth, but they really aging and dying in a rocket that never left the earth. And you know what that sound like? It sound like this, y'all. Look at here. What's up, my fellow Deciferians? Y'all don't get it? Let me go back and show you. A bunch of humans all over the earth, endless fields of rockets that never launch. They're just towers of humans living out their life in virtual realities who think they was launched off of a real earth. They load everybody up in these rockets and you think you're launching off of the earth. But they fake the lunch because the moment you go on there, you're in the virtual world. How you know it's the real lunch? See what I'm saying? They can have every human on earth stacked up in these damn rockets, sleep, living out the rest of your life. And when you die, you just stuck in the virtual world. And they can have all these humans stacked up in all these rockets all over the earth everybody thinking human is taking an exodus to go travel the stars, and no one rocket never launched. What launched was your damn consciousness into a fake reality that showed a rocket launching in that. And you thought you left the earth. You never left. You died on the earth. You died on the earth in the tower. You never left the earth. And they can do this, y'all. They can actually do this. It's possible for them to do this. For it to be endless motherfucking rockets all across the earth, tall as skyscrapers with humans stacked in them who thought they was launched off the earth, but they really living out their lives, being harnessed as power. So think of a bunch of rockets all across the earth making a grid and humans living out their life in a matrix in them. All these rockets will be the new energy source for the new world. And you know what'll happen? We'll be eternal slaves stuck in these things forever. Because even when your body die, remember your consciousness is in there, trapped in a matrix. And as long as you inside of a virtual world, living and moving and interacting, you're being harnessed for energy. So they can have a huge energy grid all over the earth, but what's fueling the new world is humans. And guess what'll happen? The rich will repopulate the earth with incest, and they will never run out of energy. And they said the meek shall inherit the earth. It'll be the rich inheriting the earth. The rich people inherit the earth. It'll be them and AI. See, they don't need us no more to be slaves. They need to harness us for energy now. They need a new energy now, and we're it. They said they have achieved infinite energy now. The only way man can create infinite energy is if he harnessed the power of the soul. Let me say that again. The only infinite energy source in the universe is the soul of man or Solomon. And the only way man can create an energy system that runs for infinity is if man have finally found out how to harness the soul energy within us. And that's where we are now. When you living in a virtual reality, all of your actions are like a hamster on a wheel to power this beast computer. These rockets all around the world can be a new energy grid. Each one is a tower communicating with the other one in a new network of infinite energy all over the earth, and the rich can repopulate the earth and have a new heaven. They don't need us as slaves because they got robots now. AI can rebuild the buildings and the mansions, whatever they want. It can be 3D printers doing that. They don't need us no more. So they trying to put you to sleep and harness you for energy, and the robots gonna do our job while the rich inherit the earth. That's their plan. That's their form of heaven. But that's their heaven that they'll live out in the real world while giving you your heaven in a fake world. So you'll be eternally living in a fake universe, and you'll be able to have Ferraris, mansions and all that, because they can just type it in. You can just upload it. What you want, a new car? Okay, type that shit in. Give them a new car. What you want, bigger muscles? You don't do exercise. They just edit your avatar. And people gonna think that this is good. For thousands of years, people gonna live in these synthetic universes, and they're gonna be harnessed as energy. And you know they got certain liquids now to stop the body from decomposing. So technically, they can keep you in a vegetable state indefinitely. and keep having, and they to the point where on some Demolition Man type shit, you can wake up after 200 years and realize you never left the earth. And you'll look around in that rocket and see everybody then aged and became motherfucking. And you'll be like, damn, we never left the earth. They tricked us. And what you gonna do then? They just gonna open up the rocket and go blow your brains out and keep harnessing the other ones. So let's read a little bit more. Like you said, here's the excuse. Virtual reality systems have been mooted as potential solution for alleviating stress in space. With a research paper published in 2017 exploring the ways VR could positively impact the mental health of astronauts on long missions. Okay. From the Earth to the moon is considered a long mission. So basically, what they're telling you without telling you is anytime you leave the goddamn Earth, you putting on these VR goggles, nigga. Because ain't no such thing as a short mission. If every mission we taking in the future is to the moon and Mars and etc., they deem all of those long missions, which means what they're saying is humans ain't gonna be able to leave the earth without uploading. And what's the excuse? Is for your mental health. So look, hold on a second. One of its key findings is that VR could have an enormously beneficial impact by providing access to virtual and natural environments. Like I said, on your trip, you can really be in the Bahamas in a virtual world with your consciousness uploaded. Let's skip around a bit here. I'm tired of this article. We get it already. Excuse me. Let's check out one more video, if y'all don't mind. The name of this video is Immortality. Can we upload human consciousness? Let's check it out. It's about 15 minutes. And I'm not going to put a lot of commentary in it since it's so long, but I may pause once or twice. Let's check it out.
Transhumanism is essentially the philosophical school of thought that says that human beings should use technology to transcend their limitations, that it's perfectly natural for us to use our tools to overcome our boundaries.
Now keep in mind, you ain't never had no goddamn limitations. Nature didn't create you with limitations and boundaries. Man indoctrinated you and put the limitations and boundaries in your mind. That was what the mind part of it was about. The mind control was for them to embed in your mind that you're not immortal, you're mortal, you have limits, you have boundaries. And that's a lie. The human being is an eternal creature. You're a soul. So they had to convince you otherwise in order to say now we can enhance you with technology. We never need enhancing. We was already good how it was. So I'm going to pause actually more times than I said. I lied. These folks get under my skin and I got to give them the work. So hit the like button. Let's hit play.
To extend our minds, to extend our mindware using these technological scaffoldings. The craziness here is that we're finding more and more that our technological systems are mirroring some of the most advanced natural systems in nature. You know, the Internet is wired like the neurons in our brain, which is wired like computer models of dark matter in the universe. They all share the same intertwined filamental structure. What does this tell us? That there is no distinction between the born and the made. All of it is nature. All of it is us. So to be human is to be transhuman. But the reason we're at a pivotal point in history is because now we've decommissioned natural selection. You know, this notion that we are now the chief agents of evolution, right? We now get to decide who we become. We're talking about software that writes its own hardware, life itself, the new canvas for the artist, nanotechnology, patterning matter, programmable matter. The whole world becomes computable, life itself, programmable, upgradable.
Now, this is what they're not telling you. Within the virtual universe, there will be a virtual economy, and there will still be a hierarchy of rich and poor. So he's right. It sounds good that you can live out your life in a virtual world and you can be as smart as the ancestors were simply via downloading. You can learn ninjutsu with the press of a button because we can upload it into you. You can just be whatever you want to be. You can program yourself and all that. It sounds good, but what they're telling you, not everyone's going to have equal access to the same apps and uploads and upgrades. The rich people are going to have way more lethal upgrades than the poor people. It's still going to be a hierarchy and economy in this shit. So you will never still be... See, when the rich people go into the virtual reality with you, there have to still be a hierarchy, meaning it can't be everybody equal in a virtual world where now poor people can live out their lives in fucking utopia. No, the virtual space gonna be accessible to them too. We're all leaving the earth. They're going too. They're creating their new system in the computer. That's the only way they can maintain a government. This they last stand. They're desperate. They cannot continue government here on this earth because the stars and the way the planet heading here in the natural world, government gonna be obsolete. They got to recreate government in this virtual space and bring you into it. But anyway, you may say, well, hey, that we all equal now. Because now in this virtual world, I can have everything the rich man got. And you're lying, that's wrong. They'll have shit that probably let them be able to fly where you won't be able to fly. All the avatars can be edited. And the poor people avatar upgrades ain't gonna be like the rich people. The rich people may have wings and shit. The rich people may have all kind of apps for their avatar in the virtual world that the poor folks can't afford. It's still gonna be some fuckery is what I'm saying. But in this world, you can't die. You immortal. So like I said, you're an eternal slave now.
What does this say about what it means to be human? It means that what it is to be human is to transform and transcend. We've always done it. We're not the same species we were 100,000 years ago. We're not going to be the same species tomorrow. Craig Venter recently said, we got to understand that we are a software-driven species. Change the software, change the species. And why shouldn't we?
All the pieces and parts of your brain, this vastly complicated network of neurons, almost 100 billion neurons, each of which has 10,000 connections to its neighbors. So we're talking 1,000 trillion neurons. It's a system of such complexity that it bankrupts our language, but fundamentally it's only 3 pounds and we've got it cornered and it's right there and it's a physical system. The computational hypothesis of brain function suggests that the physical wetware isn't the stuff that matters. It's what are the algorithms that are running on top of the wetware. In other words, what is the brain actually doing? What's it implementing software-wise? Hypothetically, we should be able to take the physical stuff of the brain and reproduce what it's doing, in other words, reproduce its software on other substrates. So we could take your brain and reproduce it out of beer cans and tennis balls, and it would still run just fine. And if we said, hey, how you feeling in there? This beer can tennis ball machine would say, oh, I'm feeling fine. It's
In other words, your consciousness can be uploaded into anything with this new technology. What have we been saying? Everything is conscious, y'all. Even a rock on the ground has a consciousness there. Like he said, they can recreate your brain out of beer cans and shit, rocks on the ground, paper and shit. And long as they can transmit this electric signature through it, your consciousness can dwell in that. So not only can your consciousness be transported into computer systems, it can be transported into literally anything in the future, man. In the future, we ain't gonna have urns to put our dead in. In the future, you ain't gonna die because your consciousness is gonna be inside of a damn urn or a computer, a huge tower. You essentially are dead. Think about it. An urn is a huge tower for your corpse. But think about what I was showing y'all earlier with the rockets and stuff. Let's go back to that. Let's take some of this stuff off right here. If I need it, I'll put it back up. This is a form of an urn for real. The urn is like a cylindrical tower with your corpse in it. But that's what I was explaining with the rocket. It'll be a bunch of like corpse in there living out their lives. Once you leave your body, you dead. It don't matter if your heart's still beating. You not in that body, man. They can do whatever they want with that body. They can kill it. You wouldn't know you out of it. Because what I told you earlier, the body is a house for the soul. Solomon built the temple for God. Once Solomon leave his temple can be destroyed. And when his temple is destroyed without him in it, when he try to go back to his temple, he gonna see ruins. He can't re-enter it. The only way Solomon can protect his temple is don't abandon it. Solomon got to always stay at his temple and guard his temple. Because when Solomon leave his temple, it can be destroyed and he can never re-enter it. Never leave your temple, Solomon. I'm talking to the soul in your body. Never upload it nowhere else, because once it leaves your body, they can do what they want with that body. And now where can the soul can't go back in there now. You allowed them to kill you, essentially. But anyway, they're trying to basically make us all accept the fact that they want to fucking kill us as new science and good deep science. Motherfucker, you trying to kill me. Nigga, you trying to take my soul out my body. That's called blowing a nigga brains out. I don't know about you, but in the ghetto, when a nigga want to take your soul out your body, he shoot your ass and shoot you the fuck up. He kill you. So when scientists want to kill you, they get all deep and shit. We want to actually just upload your consciousness into, bitch, you want to kill me. You want to take my soul out my body. Stop trying to be deep. See how I got to talk to y'all so y'all can get what's going on? These folks have indoctrinated the world for so long, they can convince you to be killed as new good science, and oh, we moving into the new world and shit. Man, you killing everybody. This is worldwide massive extermination out of the body. This some Jonestown shit. Let's call it for what it is. Okay, if I blow a nigga brains out, I just uploaded that nigga consciousness to another world, yeah. You doing it in a more scientific way, right? We're just gonna take the consciousness out, right, and just put it over there gently. You still killed me. You still took me out my body, whether you blow my brains out, stab me up, or if you scientifically just, I'm just gonna take your soul out of your body, you still killing me, bro. See, y'all gotta think like this to see how the devil is.
Fundamentally, it's only 3 pounds and we've got it cornered and it's right there and it's a physical system. The computational hypothesis of brain function suggests that the physical wetware isn't the stuff that matters. It's what are the algorithms that are running on top of the wetware. In other words, what is the brain actually doing? What's it implementing software-wise? Hypothetically, we should be able to take the physical stuff of the brain and reproduce what it's doing. In other words, reproduce its software on other substrates. So
it's gonna be still people like Flat Plane Mr. P, because he's so damn scared he wanna deny the truth. The fact that your consciousness, your soul is an electronic signature that's compatible with software. People like him don't understand the terminology and big words these scientists using. Brother Sanchez do. And I'm telling y'all right now, they do have the technology to do everything they saying. They ain't fucking joking, and they ain't spend trillions of dollars and years of research just to be playing right now. Anybody in my chat room that's trying to oppose this shit that I'm saying, and you ain't coming with the research and facts, I ain't gonna kick you out, but you sure ain't gonna be modding here. I'm trying to wake people up and you denying the motherfucking facts that they need to wake them up. Just because you scared and don't want to motherfucking accept the truth. It's impossible to be separated from God. I know, yes, that's emotional talk. Let's talk science.
We could take your brain. Hypothetically, we should be able to take the physical stuff of the brain and reproduce what it's doing. In other words, reproduce its software on other substrates. So we could take your brain and reproduce it out of beer cans and tennis balls, and it would still run just fine. And if we said, hey, how you feeling in there? This beer can tennis ball machine would say, oh, I'm feeling fine. It's a little cold, whatever. It's also hypothetically a possibility that we could copy your brain and reproduce it in silica, which means.
And he's still talking about we give him too much credit when it's a goddamn rat that lived out his whole life in a computer. All these niggas gotta do is research instead of getting scared and denying. I know it's scary, Flat Plane. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I have my fears about this shit, and it's scary to know that, yes, science has reached the point where they can upload human consciousness. But the ancestors been saying that was possible. Anything that's possible in a natural world can be reverse engineered in a synthetic world. That's part of the duat. Everybody know that. If nature created beautiful music, man can reverse engineer that into evil music and fucked up music. If nature created good water to keep you healthy, man can take that water and recreate that shit into soda pop and all kind of anything nature done, man can simulate it, synthesize it. This is facts. And it's scary too. But still accept the facts, man. Accept the facts. Niggas don't study. Niggas don't do research. So we just say it's impossible. You don't know what's possible because you're not outside doing research. Once you realize, that's just like what the ancients was saying. The ancients never denied none of this stuff. See what I'm saying? The ancients never denied transporting human consciousness. I'm going to give you an ancient concept that come from the Bible. I'm using the Bible because I know there's a lot of people with come from Christian backgrounds like me. Remember in the Bible, when Jesus sent the spirit, the evil spirit that was inside of a man, he sent that evil spirit into the pigs. That was ancient people already thinking about consciousness transporting. Even in medieval times, they've been thinking about how can Brother Sanchez take his consciousness and put it in that person's body, and we can swap and experiences each other's experiences. They've already cracking the code to that. If they ain't already cracked it, I think they have. But the ancestors cracked that code. That was the whole concept of demon possession, that somebody else can take over your body. Actually, the ancestors said people can trade places. So if you had a best friend who was experiencing heartache, and the best friend said, you don't know how I feel, you could say, well, let me see how you feel. And he say, come on, get in my body. And you get in that body and you go back and you say, damn, bro, I feel you now. That's how we literally felt each other. When they say, feel my pain, that was literal to the ancestors. They can shapeshift and go in it. Apparently had the spiritual science to transport their consciousness in and out of bodies like how you go in and out of cars. Now they're trying to reverse engineer that technology today in the form of human skins. With a human skin, you can upload your consciousness inside of an actual avatar that lives on this earth. But the other form of mind uploading is actually uploading into a computer world where a computer avatar, like I said earlier. But another form is you can actually upload into a body that's a hero, like a body that they built here in a skin. So we're entering a new frontier of science and in a world where people transporting their consciousness in between different apparatuses and stuff is gonna be normal, common stuff. Accepted. That's where we're going now. That's the final code of science, which is the transfer of consciousness. That was what all the ancient spiritual systems was built on. Now, instead of them teaching us how to do that the natural way, they've just been reverse engineering what we are to create the technology that would allow us to do it this synthetic way right here in this new world that they building in virtual space. But the transferal of human consciousness in between scans, software programs, and computer systems is going to be common as hell in the near future here. Out of the body technology. The world is entering a new frontier where humans ain't just gonna be living underground and in houses. They're gonna be living in virtual spaces. So going out of the body is gonna be like going out of your house in the future. It's gonna be so many ways that you're gonna be able to upload your consciousness in and out of this thing and that thing in the future, that people gonna be leaving out of their body like we leave out of the house, man. It's gonna be, hold up, man, meet me in virtual universe 23 tomorrow for lunch. Like Mikhail Kaku said, people gonna be having lunch on the asteroid belt and then upload back into their real body and show back up at the real work for 2 hours and go upload. It's gonna reach a point where everybody just leave the earth. And it's gonna be, basically this is what the earth gonna eventually look like. Cause when everybody, when most of the world's population wanna live in virtual worlds more than the real one, who's gonna manage this place? The natural ecosystem gonna fuck up. Shit gonna die. It's just gonna become the only thing that's gonna grow on the earth is towers of humans who sleep. That's what we're saying. Man is leaving this earth, and when we leave, It's like if the bees leave, everything die. Or if all the ants left, everything die. So we're reaching a fork in the road now where people gonna have to make a choice where they want to spend eternity at. In the natural paradigm, passing on like the ancestors through the natural ethers, or uploaded into simulations where they can live forever. You're gonna have to make that choice.
On a computer in zeros and ones and actually run the simulation of your brain.
The initial steps are, once again, being made. At Caltech, for example, they've been able to take a mouse brain and look at a certain part of the brain where memories are processed. Memories are processed at the very center of our brain, and they've been able to duplicate the functions of that with a chip. So again, this does not mean that we can encode memories with a chip, but it does mean that we've been able to take the information storage of a mouse brain and have a silicon chip duplicate those functions. And so was mouse consciousness created in the process? I don't know. I don't know whether a mouse is conscious or not, but it does mean that at least in principle, maybe it's possible to transfer our consciousness and at some point maybe even become immortal.
The challenges of reproducing a brain can't be underestimated. It would take something like a zettabyte of computational capacity to run a simulation of a human brain. And that is the entire computational capacity of our planet right now. There's a lot of debate about whether we'll get to a simulation of a human brain in 50 years or 500 years, but those are probably the bounds. It's going to happen somewhere in there. It opens up the whole universe for us because, these meat puppets that we come to the table with aren't any good for interstellar travel.
Think about that. Did you hear him? These meat puppets. See, for them to steal your soul, they got to degrade your body. I'm going to say it again. For them to steal your soul, they got to demote your body. There's something in every human that knows there's more out there than just this reality. And the ancestors said there were alternate realities that we can explore anytime we want via astral projection and meditation and out of the body spiritual practices. These people who are talking, they tabooed that. They was killing our ancestors and calling them witches for talking about going out the body. They call that demonism, going out the body and all that stuff. The Christians and all the religious folk tabooed that for thousands of years just to reverse engineer it in the closet and bring it back out now. He's saying going out of the body opens up the universe, but that's what the ancestors said. Let me show you something. Hold on, let's go to another. Let's pull up a slide. My computer loading up something. Give me a minute. Here we go. Look, the ancestors called these the ethers. They said you know how the scientists say they can create a synthetic universe, and in order to put your consciousness into that universe, they got to have an avatar over there for you to upload your consciousness in it. They got to have an avatar over there for you. Well, look, Mother Earth already did that. The ancestors said there are 7 realms around ours, and they go out to infinity though. But they focused on these 7 at a time, like 7 days at a week. So they said you exist in all of these realms, but you don't know you exist because you only know your consciousness is stuck here. But through astral projection, you can actually go and live out multiple lives in these alternate worlds at the same time. That's what they were doing. They didn't just live in this dimension. Our ancestors were soul travelers. So there's already avatars of you out there in the natural universe waiting for you to go into them. Now, you may not become a Buddha in this life and be able to achieve astral projection to go to all these avatars, or you may, because it's not as hard as you think. But if you don't, when you die, your consciousness will automatically shift to the next avatar in the next simulation. But these are natural worlds. Man ain't make these. If anybody made them, our ancestors did. These people who run the world now, they've reverse engineered one of our ancestors' biggest secrets, which is how to create a universe. And for the first time, these evil folks is now creating their own universes to put us in. And the laws that govern their universes is gonna be barbaric. Going deeper and deeper into the avatars and their universes is going deeper and deeper into the pits of hell. But dying a natural death out of these natural simulations that the ancestors created is ascending upward and upward out of this reality to your true self. See, what they trying to do is create more fake avatars for you. They're creating more deaths for you. Every time you go into a fake universe and a fake avatar, for you to go out of it, you got to die in that avatar. So every time you go deeper and deeper into these fake versions, it ain't good. The goal is to eliminate all of these fake versions so that is the original one you is there, like Jet Li the one. When you die here, you move on and consciousness shift to the other avatar. You continue that life form out. What's going to happen when you die here? You're going to wake up in the bed in an alternate reality and realize you was only sleep there for 8 hours. And that this whole life here was a dream you was having there for just 8 hours. And you're going to finish your little life in that alternate reality beyond this one. And you're going to tell folks, man, I had a dream that I was this whole other person in another world and shit. And it was YouTube and Bro Sanchez and shit. And you're going to live out your life there and you're going to die and you're going to wake up in another bed, in another alternate reality like, man, let me tell y'all about this dream until you wake up in the real bed with the real you that fell asleep before you got embedded into all these different universes that our ancestors made. You're trying to get out of this natural maze that we entangled in. You don't want to go deeper into another fake whole another multiverse, because then you're going to have to break out of that one, then have to come back here and deal with this one again and go on catch up with us and the ancestors. So get out now. Get out now. So everything I'm teaching you with flat earth, people laugh at, but yet they reverse engineering everything I'm saying and creating fake worlds with it. You feel me? So they reverse engineering this stuff. And it's not a good thing that they've cracked the code of how to create universes now and how to upload us into them. Because now they cracked the code of what the ancestors cracked to create the very life we live in now. And we don't want to keep going down this road. The ancestors cracked the code, and what the ancestors found out is, hey man, we need to get out of this shit. Okay, we got smart, but maybe we want to go back to the real world. Okay, we know that's you feel me? So I believe there's a true concept of a multiverse, but I don't think we're in it right now. I think the world we're in now is part of a false simulation that our ancestors were tampering with, trying to see if this stuff was possible. But I think the real perfected world that we longing for, the only way through it is to die in all of these worlds that what I would call ethers, or these alternative realms, these simulations. Simulation don't mean, to me, I don't think the simulations are base realities. I do believe that there's one base reality that we projected all of these simulations from, the one we in now. Just like they're projecting their simulations from this reality. This is their base point. Like I said, when you upload into their synthetic universe, the base point is Brussels, Belgium. The beast computer was loading that universe. That's where your compass are pointing in that universe. But what's housing that universe is this particular realm. See, if you're in a synthetic universe and you go to the North Pole, you're gonna see the computer that's loading that simulation. That's why I was showing y'all the Mayan cosmos earlier. Remember? The ancients said at the middle of our earth is a damn beast computer. Look at here. This the beast computer right here. Like I said, if you were in a simulation, your compass would point you to the computer that's loading the whole holographic reality. And that's what our compasses do. If you were to go to the North Pole right now, you will see this let me show you what you will see. And this is my belief. I believe if we went to the North Pole right now, guess what we'll see? We'll see an old ass building, an old one of these. That's what I think we'll see. Made out of material that don't oxidize or biodegrade, because they got that now. Material that lasts forever. They can build a computer out of like nanomaterial. The ancestors had it first, this material that lasts forever. And that's what they're gonna build is. That's what this whole shit is built out of. So check this out. I think if we went to the North Pole, we'll see an old ass beast computer. And that'll prove my point that they just reverse engineering that one. That's why you can't go to the North Pole. Because you'll realize, hold on, it's an old ass beast computer here. And you will realize, wait a minute, everyone's compass on Earth is pointing to a damn computer. And guess what that'll prove? That we're in a fucking simulation. And they don't want the world to know that, y'all. But that's what the ancestors was telling us right here, how to get out of this simulation. They trying to trap us more in it. That's what they trying to do. If we went to the North Pole right now, I guarantee y'all, we'll see an old ass beast computer, an old ass building, man. And that'll be the one that created this motherfucking world we in right now. Excuse my language. And according to the Mayan, that's what we'll see. So in my opinion, we can't go to the North Pole because they're reverse engineering this supercomputer. Now, this supercomputer is beaming out a beam you can't see, but it's a universe around this computer. And it's just as big as ours. Let me show you something. Here it go right here. In other words, they're launching out a new net. Y'all see all of these nets right here, what the ancestors said with our universe? Well, when they created a new universe, they launched a new net out there. Now it's another dome. In other words, there's no longer 7 heavens. There are 8 heavens now because they just made a lower one with this synthetic universe. That one is beneath ours. Our world has been pushed back. We are the second ether now. We're no longer in the middle because they building a new universe inside of this world. And it's veiled within this world. It's you can't see it because it's out of this dimension. The only way, if I told you right now that a whole universe was surrounding this computer in Belgium, you will laugh at me. But guess what? This fake universe that they saying that you're going to be able to upload in is coming from this computer. The reason you can't see it, because you live in this damn universe. The only way you can see the universe that's around this computer is to actually upload into it. And you can look around and be it, but you can't see between dimensions. It's there though. It's the spirit world. It's invisible. It's there. It's in virtual space. But they waiting to put us there. As I speak, they have launched this thing out. And that's going to cause a lot of sickness too. As of now, the ether is not the same because there's a new universe embedded within it. As I speak, you just haven't uploaded into it yet. Listen, there's a whole nother avatar that they got of you right now waiting to put you in there. That's why they, and check this out. I'm going to tell you right now, man, a lot of people ain't going to get this, but you got to look at it this way. Inside of this synthetic universe, this whole computer is the North Pole for that. So when people in this synthetic universe go to the North Pole, guess what they gonna see? A big old black tower that's shaped like a plus sign. Think about what I'm telling y'all. If you were to upload inside of this synthetic universe right now that's coming from this beast computer, and from inside of it, if you get a compass and go to the North Pole, when you get there, you will see the beast computer, but you won't see it how we looking at it here. It'll be a black outline of this building, of the plus sign. And it'll go all the way to the sky. Because remember, now why do I say it'll be black? It'll be ethereal to you from inside of that. Think about it, right? The computer that's creating your fake universe isn't in your fake universe. So when you go to the North Pole in that fake universe, you will only see the silhouette of the beast computer. They call it the Dark Tower. But once you jump in it, it'll be daytime again. You'll wake up in whatever rocket they housed you in to upload in it. You won't be able to see this computer like we looking at it here from inside their simulation. When you get to the North Pole, you will see an ethereal outline of it. That's what the Mayan's showing you here. It's a split in reality. It's because the computer that generated your simulation ain't in your simulation. So you won't actually see it from in there. You will see like a ethereal shadow of it, a mold of it, a negative space of it, a ethereal outline of it is what you will see, is what I'm telling y'all. I'm trying to teach this stuff to you the best way I know how. But now when you go in it, Then you'll come back to this dimension and you will see that that black plus sign you was looking at was really this computer. You'll wake back up and blase, blase. I think y'all get what I'm saying. So let's just play the video for a minute.
Of your brain.
The initial steps are, once again, being made. At Caltech, for example, they've been able to take a mouse brain and look at a certain part of the brain where memories are processed. Memories are processed at the very center of our brain, and they've been able to duplicate the functions of that with a chip. So again, this does not mean that we can encode memories with a chip, but it does mean that we've been able to take the information storage of a mouse brain and have a silicon chip duplicate those functions. And so was mouse consciousness created in the process? I don't know. I don't know whether a mouse is conscious or not, but it does mean that at least in principle, maybe it's possible to transfer our consciousness and at some point maybe even become immortal.
The challenges of reproducing a brain can't be underestimated. It would take something like a zettabyte of computational capacity to run a simulation of a human brain. And that is the entire computational capacity of our planet right now. There's a lot of debate about whether we'll get to a simulation of a human brain in 50 years or 500 years, but those are probably the bounds. It's going to happen somewhere in there. It opens up the whole universe for us because, these meat puppets that we come to the table with aren't any good for interstellar travel. But if we could, put you on a flash drive or whatever the equivalent of that is a century from now and launch you into outer space.
This is how you're going to go to space, you globe heads. I hope you globe heads listening. Space is fake, man. Space is on a flash drive. Space is in a simulation. And now they can actually let you go to space. Now listen, guys, flat earthers been telling these globalists for years, space only exists inside of a computer, not in the real world, and that they believing in a matrix reality. We've been telling globalists for years, space is only in a computer. And now that's what your scientist is telling you. Because guess what? If flat earthers been telling y'all all this time, space is in a computer, and now all of these scientists are telling you humans are gonna be able to go to space, but it's gonna be in a computer, they confirming what we said. Space is fake, it's only in a computer. So if we're right and space is only in a computer, then the only way you can go to space is if you can go inside of a computer. And they know that. And they know that. That's how desperate they are to prove their damn universe. Y'all don't see how deep this shit is? If their universe only exists in a computer, the only way they can show it to you is to get you inside of the computer. And buddy, they've been spending the past couple of years to see how to do that, and here we are. Told y'all it was fake, and that the only way you can go to it is out of your damn mind. Listen to me. Oh my God, listen to me. The only way you can go to their universe is to be out of your mind. You got to be out of your mind, literally. You got to lose your mind, guys, to go to their universe. That's what mind uploading is. You losing your goddamn mind. A mind is a terrible thing to lose, boy. You better wake your ass up. You better use your mind before you lose your mind. These folks ain't playing. The mind is the soul. The mind, soul, and the consciousness are the same thing. The soul is the observer, the one thinking the thought, which is what we say the mind is. The process of thinking is what you call the mind. The process of observing is what you call the soul. The one that knows I am without observing or thinking is what you call consciousness. That's the still one that knows even if I suspend myself from thought, even I suspend myself from time, from reality, I still am. That's consciousness. The thinker is mine. The soul is the wanderer. The mediator in between them both. Thus, we're soul travelers. Now, that's the Trinity of God, or what they call Father, Son, Holy Ghost later. Now, check this out, guys. For the past couple of years, the medical institutions have been working together with the scientists and the leaders of the world to create an entire world full of human guinea pigs where they can experiment on us for generations till they achieve what we call soul capturing. And what they've been doing is feeding us a type of diet that will create specific conditions in our bodies. That's why we had a program of death for generations where they can tell you what you're going to die from based upon which particular dieting pattern you took from them. It'll lead to one of these conditions they name: Parkinson's, Alzheimer's. There's a couple. And they've created a population on Earth where they can study each aspect of the human by cutting into your body, chopping off limbs, and actually using you like a guinea pig. So the health industry have done just that, kept us going back into the hospital for surgeries to be operated on. What they didn't tell you, you've been studied like guinea pigs, and they're actually trying to learn how to harvest the human soul, but they got to understand how it interacts with the body. So they needed a medical industry for the past couple hundreds of years that would sort of create human guinea pigs, people that would always need to go and be cut on and experiment on. And the people that run the world appear as though some sort of fucking visitors that are trying to study what we are and synthesize it. Now, I don't want to get into reptilians and all that, but there seem to be a race of higher spiritual beings who've been traveling interdimensional, and they've been trying to learn how to synthesize the universe. And they found out how to do that now at this time, though. And so we don't have to be that deep about it. We can just say they some evil regular humans, but they seem to be on a level of some sort of spiritual ascended masters with this type of knowledge. I wouldn't know where to begin to create robots or computerized devices that would capture the soul. Now, I can do that naturally with meditation, kundalini. We can unlock it that way. But Brother Sanchez wouldn't know where to begin to do it robotically, which make me think that these folks are some kind of different energy to where they have this thing to where they don't like the natural version. They want to rewrite the universe with their own laws. To me, that's a foreign energy. Nothing on earth want to rewrite the motherfucking code of Mother Nature. But these little group of people, nothing else on earth trying to play God but them. Everything else just enjoying this shit and moving on, trying to move on up to the better realities and shit. You know, they trying to cheat and shit like nobody, no other. And I just, it's some foreign about their nature, we can achieve what they trying to achieve naturally. It make me wonder why they go through generations of money and resources to do it synthetically. It's so much easier to just do it naturally. Meditate. Within a year, you'll be an interdimensional traveler if you fucking what they call it. If you're dedicated. You know, it's so much easier to just open back up the schools, and if this what we want the world to go to, let's go back to the ancient teachings. That's what they running from. That's why I say they devils. Think about it. If all the governments of the world, if all they was trying to do all this time was get us out of the body, then they should just open back up the schools and start teaching the whole world yoga. If they would have been teaching our children yoga from birth, our fucking children would be time travelers right now, like the Mayan. If they had been teaching us ancient spirituality and how to lucid dream and astral travel and all, we would have naturally been interdimensional beings long time ago. That's what the ancients were. That's why they taught that. If this was the whole goal, why didn't we do it the ancient way, what the ancients said, and we could have been going to school learning that shit instead about Columbus and goddamn King James and all these damn murderers. What if this was the goal all along? We should have been goddamn in class doing yoga every day if that was the goal, just to get us all out the body. That's what you think meditation was. See, this is a sinister plan. Yeah, they want you out the body, but they don't want you going back joining your ancestors with the natural ethers. They want you into their little matrix, they beast computer. The beast eating up the children on the earth is what we're talking about now. Yeah, I know this stream gonna be kind of long, but look at this is important stuff I'm telling you. It shouldn't be a quick stream.
And they've been able to
Challenges of reproducing a brain can't be underestimated. It would take something like a zettabyte of computational capacity to run a simulation of a human brain. And that is the entire computational capacity of our planet right now. There's a lot of debate about whether we'll get to a simulation of a human brain in 50 years or 500 years, but
like I was saying about the medical industry, the whole industry of transplanting body parts, yeah, I know that's part of human trafficking and organ harvesting and stuff, but we know all that. I'm trying to go deeper with y'all. The whole concept of taking different organs out of a human body, the deeper aspect is the lab research behind it. Now, let me explain. They've been trying to cut out different parts of humans for years to see what we can live with and what we can live without. And the medical industry that they created the kind of diseases that would attack all these different parts that they wanted to cut out to study if we can live without them or not. So in our life, in life, you know somebody that had surgery for damn near every organ. And that shouldn't be in a natural world. That's a guinea pig world where they cutting us up like lab rats, man. Open your eyes. Everybody you know old in your family, my uncle got heart surgery, mama got leg surgery, him had this cut out, that ain't fucking natural. We're being experimented on. It's some fucking beings here using us, created a medical industry for guinea pig. They want to know what you can live with and live without, folks. That's what the transplant industry all about and the organ harvesting all about. Yeah, they want to take organs from you. I ain't denying that. But the main thing is let's see what we can take away from them and they still live. Because they know, and let me explain something to you. Once they hit the jackpot, that's how they crack the code of mind uploading. See, the Greeks have been trying to figure out the location of the soul for hundreds of years. And they used to teach that the soul was in the nose. That's why when you sneeze, they say, bless you. So the Greeks were dumb. They didn't know what our ancestors knew. They've been trying to locate the human soul forever. And they created a medical industry to help them do that. They knew if they kept cutting away at the human body, they'll find that one thing that we couldn't live without, and that's the jackpot. That's where the source of energy, that's where the soul at. I got news for you. It's not the heart. It's not the heart. They've been doing heart transplants easily. They can take your heart out your body and put another person's heart there. So that lets you know you can live without a heart for a minute. Because when your heart out your body, they can keep you like that indefinitely before they put one there to replace it and bring you back to life. But that means the fact that you can be brought back to life, it ain't really your heart creating the energy. Like we said, energy can't be created. It is your heart controlling the flow of the energy with a central vibration in your chest. That's what a pump is. Pumps control the flow of the water in a swimming pool or the flow of the oxygen throughout a fish tank. That's what the pump does, right? That's what the heart is. Not creating energy, is generating the flow of it through the body. Now listen. When they found that out, they said, well, where is the energy coming from? If we can take the heart out the body and still bring the body back to life, then the heart is not the true source. And they found out that it's actually coming from a combination of all these energy vortexes that we call chakras, but that in order for you to pull the plug on a consciousness is really in the mind and not the heart. Okay? So the only transplant they can't do is a brain transplant. And when they found that out, that's when they realized, okay, that's where the seat of the soul is. And that's what the ancestors said. The ancestors said that the pineal gland is the soul. And the Egyptians created deities with thrones on top of their head because they said that that's the seat of the soul. Science has confirmed that now. That consciousness is housed right here in the crown, like the ancestors said. And that's where will originates from. And willpower is what powers the body. In other words, the moment your soul don't have no will to fulfill in the flesh, it stop powering the body. That'll be a waste of energy. In other words, when your soul fulfill its will, there's no need for it to stay. You die. The very energy that's powering your body is telling it what to do with the power. That's called willpower. That's coming from the mind. You don't die when your heart stops beating. You die when the soul stops giving the body signals. And is what we're finding out today in science, just what the ancestors said. Hold on, everybody. Quick break. Thank y'all for that quick break, and we're going to continue on here. Now, I forgot what I was touching on before I answered that phone call, but it don't matter. I'll just continue to hit play, and it'll come back to me. Let's continue.
Byte of computational capacity to run a simulation of a human brain, and that is the entire computational capacity of our planet right now. There's a lot of debate about whether we'll get to a simulation of a human brain in 50 years or 500 years, but those are probably the bounds. It's going to happen somewhere in there. It opens up the whole universe for us because, these meat puppets that we come to the table with aren't any good for interstellar travel. But if we could, put
the new word for astral travel. See, interstellar travel is you traveling in a virtual universe, but they acting as if you in a real universe. That's why it says double talk. One hand, they say we taking your consciousness out your body and you're traveling a synthetic universe. On the other hand, they're saying it's interstellar travel, which is referring to a real universe that's supposed to be in the sky. They can't have them both. See, that's how I know it's some deception. Because you saying that it's a fake universe, but you still acting like we in space now. Look, I told you it's real. No. But see, it is real if you can't get out of it. When they say, okay, let's go back to Earth, and you think you on the real Earth, but you on a mirror version of this Earth. And see, because the moment they take your consciousness out your body, you ain't coming back to this real Earth. You can kiss this goodbye. When you come back from space, you're going to be in a fake Earth living out the rest of your life. And you're going to think you came back home. Guess what? They're going to be simulating flat Earth debates. You're going to be like, there you go, flat Earthers. See, I went to Mars. I went there. And we're going to be saying it's virtual reality, dog. But it ain't going to really be us because we ain't going to be in the fake Earth. But you going to think you can. It's crazy the matrix they going to create, the time split. Remember now, what did they say about Jesus, y'all? 7,000 years ago, something happened on earth. Something happened on earth where it was as if life was recreated. Could it be that 7,000 years ago, we had one of these paradigm shifts, and that's when the first beast computer was created? Because every time they have these shifts that we have in now, it's a split in time. This is how time is split. Jesus was the one who split time last time, but Jesus is a personification of the beast computer. Yes, look, let me show you. The cross of Jesus is the beast computer. Let me show, yeah, look at there. Jesus is a personification of the first beast computer. That's what the cross means. The Jesuit cross that I was showing you earlier. So yeah, if that's true, what happened on earth long time ago? Because we see this all around the world. Look, family, this is early Christianity in North Africa prior to the Europeans. And I don't think my ancestors was worshiping a white Christ. So what was their spiritual system? What did this symbol mean to our ancestors? I think this symbol meant to our ancestors the beast computer technology that they created. I think our ancestors created the first beast computer that made this world, and that was the whole spiritual system they was into, because they know their spirits was in this universe. So they spiritual system resembled the computer that they built and put themselves in so that they can never get lost. And this symbol is the compass too, so you can never get lost. It's deeper than just geographic getting lost. When the ancestors built the simulation that we in, they knew that it's possible that they can forget that it was a simulation and start thinking it's real. So the whole thing about our ancient spiritual system, we made this symbol right here so that we would never get lost in this simulation we created. When we saw this symbol, it'll always remind our soul that this world ain't real. We inside of this computer right here. That's all the ancients talked about in their spiritual system. It was based upon, hey, this world ain't real. Don't take it serious. And when you leave here, you'll go to your true home. That was the message in all the ancient systems. And this was the symbol. So it make perfect sense that we're in a simulation now, and that when we die, we go to the base reality. But they don't want people escaping here, going back to the base reality with the ancients. They're trying to trap, they're reverse engineered this simulation, and they trying to put you deeper into hell. So I can show you many symbols from the ancient world that show that we're in a simulation right now. You know, but when the ancestors created the simulation, they had a galactic confederation. And that's why to this day, the Confederate flag looked just like the beast computer. Many ancient people started to build different universes. They were sharing this pattern. But because of that, they built the world's first space force, which was like a galactic confederation. And this was the symbol of it, what we call the Confederate flag today. Of course, it means something else today, but I'm giving y'all some deep knowledge, man. But it was something else I had for you, but we'll go back to it later. I think that's good for now. Let's play the video.
Put you on a flash drive or whatever the equivalent of that is a century from now, and launch you into outer space, and your consciousness could be there. That could get us to other solar systems and other galaxies. We will really be entering an era of post-humanism or transhumanism at that point.
I personally...
The reason it's called post-humanism, in addition with transhumanism, post-humanism means after humans. What we define as a human is made of flesh and bones, or blood, muscle, and all of these terms. But once humans go into avatars, we can't use those terms. The stuff we made out of now, you got to go have surgery, you got to eat herbs and all of that to heal your muscles and your flesh. But in a simulated universe, you don't need none of that. Ain't no sickness there because they deleted sickness from their shit. In their universe, they can reprogram it. They can take away something called extraction, which means things can be uploaded in, but they can't be extracted out. Nature have a situation where you came to this earth, but you can leave with death. You can be extracted. What they're creating, I don't think they trying to create eternal slaves. Now, shit, I forgot where I was going with this. I keep losing my train of thought. Let's just hit play, it'll come back.
I believe that one day we will digitize the entire human brain. And what are we going to do with it? I think we're going to shoot it into outer space. Consciousness will be on the moon in 1 second. 1 second, without booster rockets, without all the dangers of radiation or weightlessness, we'll be on the moon in 1 second. We'll shoot it to Mars. We'll be on Mars in 20 minutes. We'll be on Mars. We'll shoot it to Alpha Centauri. We'll be on the nearby stars in 4 years. And what is on the moon? On the moon is a computer that downloads this laser beam with your consciousness on it, downloads it, and puts it into an avatar. An avatar that looks just like you. Handsome, strong, beautiful, whatever.
So look at there. Look at there. When you go to the moon base, they upload your consciousness into a laser beam projected type computer software. Our consciousness is light. It's pure light, but it's an electronic signature that can be beamed. They're using a laser beam to shoot your consciousness, right? Because it's compatible with light. Y'all, this is fucking very fucking dangerous stuff. Listen here. They can beam your consciousness to a laser beam projection site on the moon and bounce it into an avatar on Mars. And in order for you to get back to the Earth, you would have to reverse that process. What's the chance of you hitting the target right on your own? What am I saying? You're at their mercy in order to enter and exit this synthetic world. And if you say, let me out, and they say no, fuck you. You're trapped. Because the only thing that can get this math right to project your consciousness back to Earth in reverse is AI. Only thing that accurate is AI. In other words, if they project everyone's consciousness off of the Earth into a synthetic world and then AI start crashing and rebooting like it do all the time with your cell phone, well, goddamn it, we just got trapped in a computer, which is what they want to do all along. See, once they get most of the world in this thing, they're going to say, oh, man, the AI back on Earth was destroyed, so we stuck here now. But now think about this. The reason it's called posthumanism and transhumanism, they're transforming the human into an avatar. Once you take your consciousness out of the human body and put it in an avatar in a computer, you're no longer a human no more. You're a computer-generated image, nigga. You're a CGI. What am I telling you? Space is fake. It's CGI. It's computer-generated. And for you to go to it, you got to be computer-generated, an avatar. That's not a human body. That's pixels in a video game that's housing your consciousness. That's sad. You trading your beautiful human body for some codes on a computer screen. You must really hate who the fuck you are. That's not, listen. You exist as an avatar in a simulation. You rather your consciousness leave your beautiful body to exist in a damn avatar. This is why it's called posthumanism and transhumanism. Once everybody live in computer avatars, we're no longer humans. We're in an era of posthumanism. No one is human no more. It's more people living out their lives in avatars and simulated universes than it is people walking around the real earth. The real earth is a ghost town inherited by the meek and the few rich that's left behind to oppress them. And remember, they will be going in and out of the simulation, still governing both worlds. This is crazy. So posthumanism is the fact that humans won't exist no more. We'll only exist as avatars in a simulation, which that ain't human. So we're in a post-human era. Now, it's transhumanism because, again, you're non-human. An avatar ain't human. All right, so post-human and transhuman going together. Now let's continue.
And immortal. And you can walk on the moon. You can then go and explore Mars. In fact, I think that once we have laser porting perfected, you'll have breakfast in New York, and then you'll go to the moon for brunch on the moon. You go to Mars for lunch, and then you go to the asteroid belt in the afternoon for tea, and then you come back to Earth that evening. This is all within the laws of physics.
Now, the only thing real is Earth. Now, they said you can go around the universe in a virtual reality, but you coming back to a real Earth. Y'all, this proves flat Earth. I'm sorry. The only way you're going to be able to travel in space is out of your body in a simulated version. They've been spending all our money talking about they perfecting rockets to get us to space, but they was lying. And what they was doing was perfecting the technology to put us inside of the computer, because they knew all along space wasn't real. Space only existed in a computer. But they promised you that space travel will be possible by now. And in order for them to keep the promise, they've been spending all that money trying to figure out how to get you in the computer. Because no matter how much money you got, you cannot change the natural reality. Space is not real. So they got to put you in the fake reality where it is real. We've been telling y'all global is this, and now they proving us right. You ought to feel stupid. For you to come up here and still think, oh my God, for you to come up here and still try to prove space is stupid. When your scientists are now trying to prove virtual reality. Did you hear me? Globalists are still trying to prove space in the sky when scientists are trying to prove virtual reality. Catch up with your science, you dummies. They debunking theyself. And I'm showing you how every step of the way. All this time they've been trying to figure out how to get you in the damn computer. Because that's where they space exists at. Not in reality. This is major news, folks. I'm sorry.
I think that once we have laser porting perfected, you'll have breakfast in New York, and then you'll go to the moon for brunch on the moon. You go to Mars for lunch, and then you go to the asteroid belt in the afternoon for tea, and then you come back to Earth.
How do you know you coming back to Earth and not just another fake mirrored Earth? You think you back at home walking around your house and shit, and you live out the rest of your life thinking, man, I went to space, man. And you come back home telling your family about it. They done recreated your family and everything. They got everybody thinking you returning back to Earth, but you returning back to a copy of Earth. And you still sleeping in this world. And you live out your whole life in this fake reality, in this virtual world. And when you die in the virtual world, you really wake back up here like, damn, they fooled me. But we all ain't gonna wake up at the same time. So every time one of us wake up and realize that we've been fooled, they just gonna have a robot come up there and kill you. The drone or the AI gonna get a little alarm clock gonna go off. It's gonna say another one just died in the simulation and woke up and realized we lied to them. And they just gonna go in there and kill you while everybody ain't gonna wake up at the same time. And when Neo woke up, the robot came and tried to kill him. But Morpheus and them saved him. That's what they gonna do. You gonna think you back on a real Earth, and you gonna come back like, hi, flat earthers, I went to space and I'm back, but you ain't back on the real Earth. You still sleep on a fake Earth, and in a fake universe, and they got you on the copy, and you live out your rest of your life as a lie. And when you die, you'll wake back up at the real Earth that you thought you landed on, and realize then that they lied to you. But then that's when the little robot gonna run in there and kill you real quick before you try to wake everybody else up. I can't believe we actually about to live out this shit. It's happening right now. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but listen to these devils.
That evening. This is all within the laws of physics. And I'll stick my neck out. I think this actually exists already. I think outside the planet Earth, there could be a highway a laser highway of laser beams shooting the consciousness of aliens at the speed of light, laser porting across the galaxy.
And maybe that explains shooting stars. Did he just explain shooting stars? Did he just explain what could be happening in these underground bases? What if there are humans living amongst us right now that really ain't from this earth? Think about it. If we live in a simulation right now, then guess what? Could it be secret load points where they're actually uploading avatars here and fooling us? Think about it, right? You were born, but you don't remember your birth. You don't remember being born. Maybe your birth was a simulation that they fooled you with. Maybe when you awaken, you're going to realize when you wake up in the real world, you'll realize you never was a baby that was born. Because in the real base reality, you sleep and you already a certain age. If you fell asleep at 40 in that base reality, you started dreaming of a childhood, which is time travel because you ain't the same age in all of these realities. So when they put you in their universe, they're just putting your consciousness right into a fully aged body where you live forever. But when you came here, the simulation played out like a childbirth. That's the way nature did it. That's the seed going to a tree. The thing about it is this, man. That's the two ways you can load into it. And what I'm trying to say is that, because I'm losing my train of thought again, he finna give it to me, give me my thought back. Let me hit play.
I think outside the planet Earth, there could be a highway, a laser highway.
I believe, think about it. If you go to a synthetic universe, they got to think about it, right? He said they create an avatar for you on another planet and then upload you there. Now think about it. Before your avatar existed on that other planet in that synthetic universe, they had to edit it and then upload it into the universe. Now, when they uploaded your avatar into that universe, guess what happened? It just popped up out of nowhere. I want you to think about what I'm saying. When they upload your avatar into a synthetic universe, once they upload it, it just pops into existence. It ain't like you being born through a mother. Now, if we're living in a simulation, that should be possible in this reality too. The beings that created this reality that we're in right now should be able to create an avatar from the main computer that's generating this life. And it should pop up and they can walk around and blend right into their simulation with regular humans. Now, they created us to have a birth experience, but maybe there are secret load points on Earth where they spawn into being, but they can't allow us to see it. Because if you was just walking down the street and you just saw a motherfucker pop up out of thin air, you would be like, what the fuck? This is a time traveler. This nigga's an alien. He just popped up out of nowhere. So I think all of these secret bases may be load points for interdimensional beings who are controlling this simulation. Maybe it's good ones doing it and evil ones doing it. Maybe they walk among us and there's a silent war taking place for the souls of humanity. And there are good beings and evil beings uploading at these checkpoints because they all got access to the computer that's running this simulation. Maybe our ancestors fighting a war with these people and they trying to load into here and doing certain things to influence the society to wake us up. Maybe that's why we even get this truth now, because they influencing the masses. you know? So I'm just putting it out there, theorizing. Maybe Area 51, all of these underground places are secret load points for the beings that created this simulation and who carrying out their Armageddon war here with us among us is for the souls of us. And maybe they got secret load points underground where they can't just let us see motherfuckers pop into existence. But if we're in a simulation, the beings who's at the main computer would have the ability to upload into here without having a birth. You were born into the simulation. These beings exist beyond this dimension at the computer that's actually loading this simulation. And from that perspective, with that access, they can actually upload right into the simulation. You don't know it's a simulation because you were born into it with a birth experience. But the beings govern it. If this is a simulation and we're right, there may very well be interdimensional beings living amongst us, and you can shake their hand, they spit is just as real as yours, they can fart, all of that, but they're actually avatars. That's all we are. The only thing that separates us from them is that we're born into it instead of, we still uploaded into it, but when we uploaded into it, they simulated a birth story. But you don't remember your birth, so how do you know it's real? That's what I'm telling you, Neo. When you uploaded here from the dimension that they came from, they started running a birth simulation for you. But when they came here, they projected right into their avatar at the age they was at. You get it? It's two ways, and this would have separated the knowledge. You would have had all of us would have been from the same ancestral land, but some of us coming here would have been separated by the birth story, which was the fake shit. All of the beings that run this world, their birth stories are very mysterious. I'm serious. All of the people that run the earth, their birth stories are mysterious. We can't track their births because Queen Elizabeth wasn't born at your fucking local hospital. We don't never see these people births. They're not born. They born at hospitals that's only owned and operated within their family. How do we know they even born? How do you know the Queen Elizabeth was born? How do you know she didn't just spawn from an underground base as a girl and they told her, hey, live out your childhood. We'll simulate your aging and hormone experience, but when you get to this point, you'll rule. They put her body in a casket, but when it go underground, she disappears, but we never undig it. Because all of us don't. If you're born into this reality, it's like you're faded into it. You have to fade out through a death decomposition process. But a being that's uploaded directly into it in the avatar will be extracted out instantly as they came. Now, there were stories of people recorded who done that, who popped up out of thin air. There are videos all around the world that show people popping up out of thin air, and they look them up, time traveling videos. A lot of them they say is fake footage, but now I'm starting to say, maybe what if these all ain't fake? I don't know. Maybe it's so many cameras on every street today, we capturing the phenomena of these interdimensional travelers. I'm opening our minds up to possibilities. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. All I'm saying is, if they are right, then I'm right. Because for them to get you in their synthetic universe, they got to spawn an avatar for you out of thin air. And if you were already on the other side watching someone avatar upload, it'll just be a body pop up out of thin air right in front of you. Now, if this is a simulation that we're in right now, then it'll be possible in this reality. But maybe that's what's being hidden underground. Portal points for interdimensional beings. I'm just throwing it out there. Let's hit play.
Way of laser beams shooting the consciousness of aliens at the speed of light, laser porting across the galaxy. And we humans are too stupid to know it. How would we even know that this laser superhighway exists? How would we even detect it with our technology? Our technology today is so primitive that we wouldn't even be able to know that this already exists. So in other words, I think laser porting.
Now, think about what he said, what I just said. What if this already exists and you have these laser portals underground? What if this nigga is a damn alien, a fucking interdimensional being? You don't know. What I'll say is this. He seemed to be knowing what I know. All right, and what and think about it. We talk about shapeshifters. That mean they can come in and out of this place in different avatars. So you can have one Donald Trump avatar, but it can be 100 different people beaming in and out from these underground portals. If this is a simulation, what we may be looking at a real matrix in front of us on TV, like the Truman Show. Think about how deep this is. The fact that it may be people on another dimension saying, nigga, last week I had to be Trump. No, nigga, you Trump this week, man. I'm tired of being Donald Trump. And our reality is just a virtual game to them. And they just overseeing it and govern it with media propaganda until they can harvest our souls. And they've been saying, you know, niggas saying, man, you gotta upload this time as Trump, nigga. I wanna be 21 Savage this time. And these folks go away, but they come back. We see the same person, but they look slightly altered. Because when you upload an avatar, you can edit it slightly. You can be like, look, man, make my chin a little bigger. Yeah, nigga, I want to be Trump, but can you make my chin a little wider so I can chew a little better? I don't like to chew how he chew. And you be like, damn, why Trump look different? The people in the other dimension may edit his avatar to adjust for a new person who controlling that avatar. They may be on shifts, nigga. Like, who gonna be Trump this time? You, I'll be Biden, you know. So, I mean, all of this is possible. Even he's saying it's possible. But guess what the trick is? He's saying what I'm saying. If these are interdimensional beings governing the earth like I'm proposing, we wouldn't know. Because he's saying our technology is so primitive. But the lie behind that statement is that you're telling me our technology is so primitive that we couldn't detect if it was happening to us, but our technology is so smart that we can actually recreate it. That don't make no sense. Tell them the truth, that you know this is happening to us, but you can't tell them. Think about it. He just said, if we were in a simulation now and there were interdimensional sort of beings coming in and out of our world with laser portals and shit, he's saying we wouldn't know because we so stupid. But yet we so smart that we can recreate that same technology that we can't even detect. That don't make no damn sense.
Aliens at the speed of light, laser porting across the galaxy. And we humans are too stupid to know it. How would we even know that this laser superhighway exists? How would we even detect it with our technology? Our technology today is so primitive that we wouldn't even be able to know that this already exists. So in other words, I think laser porting is the way that we will ultimately explore the universe.
So we can recreate laser porting, but we can't develop the technology to detect if we in a simulation with laser portal beings governing it secretly. What you're saying is, yes, there are interdimensional beings with laser portals, and we are in a simulation that they're governing, and they trying to trap you in it by building more and more layers of that simulation, and the ancestors was trying to get you out of here. That's what he don't want to tell you. That's why he contradicting himself, because there's no way we got the technology to trap a soul, but we ain't got the technology to detect whether or not our souls are being trapped. That don't make no sense.
We'll explore the universe as pure consciousness, traveling at the speed of light, looking at asteroids, comets, meteors, and eventually the stars at the speed of light. All of this within the laws of physics.
Mind uploading, storing cells on silicon, even teetering on the edge of so-called immortality, changes everything about what it means to be human at a really fundamental, deep level.
I'm gonna tell y'all what y'all need to be scared of. This what you need to know. This how you know this is some devilish shit right here. Check out what I'm about to say. They got the technology to trap your soul, but they didn't create the technology to you to be able to know if your soul trapped or not. In other words, your soul can be trapped in a fake universe, but you can't verify it. Remember what I told you earlier? I said, look, when these people upload their consciousness and start traveling this fake universe, when they come back to Earth, how do they know they at the real Earth? You know what people need to be saying? Hey, if y'all gonna create this kind of technology, y'all need to create security technology and verification detection technology so that we can't be tricked. There have to be security for all technology, meaning people don't use their brain, y'all. They don't think like I'm thinking. If you can take my mind out of my body and put it into a fake universe, then you can land it back on a fake Earth and trick me like I'm back at home at the real Earth. So if I'm gonna use this technology, then you got to also build some kind of technology that we can use to detect if we back on the real Earth in our real body or not. So that when we start going out of our body into all of these fake worlds, we can hit a button on a little box and it'll say, body verified. That means the body that I'm looking at in the mirror is my real body in my real house. And this software that you got, I can wave it by me in any dimension, because we interdimensional travels now. So we need some security measures if we're going to be interdimensional travelers, so that I know I'm back at the real Earth in my real house or in my real lunch point. And I can hit a button on this thing, scan it across my body, and it'll say real body detected. And I can be at ease. I know, okay, they ain't tricking me. I've been verified. This is my real body, and they ain't, you know, otherwise it'll say avatar detected. And I'll be like, hey, y'all loaded me back on a copy of Earth. Can you load me back to the base Earth, please? And they'll say, oh, my bad. Hold on. Boom. And I'll scan it again, and it'll say avatar detected. I'll say, look, man, quit playing with me. Can you beam me back in my real body and quit taking me to all these copy Earths? And they say, oh, we having a system problem. I'm going to get you back now. Hold up. Doo-doo-doo. Boom. Okay, now I'm back in my real body. Let me scan it. Boop. Real body detected. I call up. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, man. This the real body. Holler at you tomorrow, man. See, you need some kind of technology to verify this. And the only reason they wouldn't make that is if they trying to trap you. They don't want you to be able to know if you in the real. They trying to trap you in this virtual space. Otherwise, you surely would have this counter technology of verification. So, and I know that's what they trying to do. Because there's no way you're telling me we smart enough to recreate this technology, but we too dumb to make technology to detect whether or not our soul being captured. Think about that. That's what Mikhail Kaku just told y'all. He said, we so dumb, we don't have the technology to detect whether or not this is happening to us or not, but we got the technology to recreate it. That don't make no sense. Because it's all the same technology. If I create a doggone the technology to, if I make a radio with a volume knob, you gonna tell me, hey, we got the technology to change the radio to different stations, but we don't got the technology to detect when the radio station's being changed. That's a lie. That's a lie. They got all the technology right now that you can detect any of that, because it's the same. It's just a reverse of the same. The detection side of it is the reverse of the tech, the same tech itself. Meaning, when man knew how to create smoke from fire, he knew how to create software to detect the smoke and the fire, like a smoke detector. When man created guns and metal tools, he created metal detectors. Y'all get what I'm saying? He created the software to detect the shit that he made, because that just go hand in hand. That's easy once you make something. The software to detect it just come right with it. You know? So why would you create software that can capture the soul, but you won't create software where we can't detect whether or not our soul being captured or not? And you won't create software that allow us to verify when we back in the real world, or if we still in a copy world or not. That don't exist. That lets you know they trying to trap y'all. Because surely you would have that, man. That's a good security measure. That would be anybody's concern. Come on now. Come on, man. I ain't got to beat this horse too long. That's common sense that you would have that.
And when I say
The universe. We'll explore the universe, comets, within the, we don't even
around and
at eventually the stars at the speed of light, all of this within the laws of physics.
mind uploading, storing selves on silicon, even teetering on the edge of so-called immortality, changes everything about what it means to be human at a really fundamental, deep level. And when I say fundamental, deep level, I mean we're starting to muck around and mess around with evolutionary processes. Processes we have no idea what happens if you interrupt them, because we've never done it before.
The confidence with which we think we can upload ourselves to silicon or recreate ourselves with algorithms is shocking to me. The only ones out there who think they know what human consciousness is are computer engineers. If you talk to actual brain researchers and neuroscientists, they say we're nowhere close. We don't even know for sure.
Let me explain something to you. You know why the brain specialist ain't on the same page as the computer specialist? Because the brain and the mind are two different things. The computer techs are into consciousness uploading. Our consciousness is simulated based. Everything is an algorithm, even you and me, within this simulation. That algorithm is what they call the soul. That's the rhythm of El. El is the name of God or the soul, and rhythm is the vibration of it. Algorithm. Okay? That is the programming behind your avatar in this reality. And the programming behind your flesh and bones is the soul that's projecting it into this simulation. What we call the soul or the higher mind is the you that's sleep in the next dimension having this experience here. That's why we said we trying to wake him up. And the only way you can wake him up is to put this person here to sleep. That's what death is. Don't rush it, though. Don't rush it. Live out your life. Just know that when you die, he's going to wake up. That higher mind that's giving this body thoughts. He's meditating this whole lifetime. All those thoughts that's trying to influence you, it is you in another realm, sleep, controlling this body. Listen to those thoughts. You're trying to control yourself. How can you do it if you don't listen to yourself? The soul is having an experience, a projected experience in its reality, and it's trying to manifest his will from another dimension. It don't know English. It only influences the body with emotions, thoughts, and suggestions. And if you don't listen to it, you're not listening to what they call the higher self, the one that loaded here to do what it wanted to do, its will. Look, if he don't have his will done in this simulation, guess what? He gonna reload back into it. You don't want that. Yeah, the higher self is a stubborn prick. He don't like failure. He'll repeat that shit over and over again for success. So succeed now. You don't want to repeat this again. Get your memory back. This is why we in amnesia now. Every time you're born here, they delete your memory. You're a soul traveler who got caught up in this particular matrix they got here, and they're trying to reinforce that matrix. So this is the best time to escape. Check this out, right? Let's hit play on the video.
Sure, what goes on in a single square centimeter of soil? You know, we're still trying.
Again, the reason that mind uploading is something that's going to take place in the computer world is because brain specialists are not studying the soul. They studying a fleshly organ that's processing the commandments of the soul. A brain specialist have no idea about the mind. They just know how the mind speaks to this organ called the brain. They know how the brain processes the thoughts that's given to it from the mind, but they haven't studied the mind itself. They just studied the mind's processor, which is the brain. I can cut your head open and see your brain, but I can't see your mind. And that's when the computer techs, see, that's the virtual intelligence, that's the invisible intelligence. You can't see intelligence or the programming behind a person to make them take that action or their reasoning, but you can see the brain process that though. And that's what the brain specialist is studying. The brain specialist is only studying how that organ in your head processes the will of the soul that you can't see. The soul is the mind. And a brain surgeon ain't studying the mind. He's studying the processor. So the computer techs are actually studying the mind when they're studying AI. They're studying pure intelligence. They're studying a culmination of all the intelligence in the universe, or what was called the Akashic Records. That's what Google is. Google is GMO Akashic Records. The Akashic Records is everyone ideas on earth sharing the same spot. If a person overseas have an idea and they don't act on it, that idea will come in your head and you will beat them to it, and they'll say, I had the idea first. But look, when you had the idea, you put it out there for everybody. Our thoughts sit within a medium called the ether, and it's detectable. It's a part of our experience. Even though we can't see it, we know thoughts are real. Thoughts exist in a natural virtual space that nature created, and it bleeds into every square inch of reality. And at any moment you close your eyes and clear your mind, new thoughts will just pop up because they're all around you. We all share a thought cloud. Now, when they created the internet, we all started to put our thoughts into the internet, the whole world. And they created a GMO Akashic Records, which was a cloud of thought that houses the whole world ideas, which is them reverse engineering this ethereal cloud, what I just explained. It's Akashic Records. That's Google now. So when you get into the simulation, you won't have ideas. You will load ideas from Google like we do now. Motherfuckers don't have new ideas. You Google everything is influenced by this GMO cloud. Whereas before that, we influenced each other directly via thought and conversation and traveling around, interacting with each other. We stirred up the thoughts. So people with thoughts in one part of the world migrated to another part with those thoughts, and those people migrated to another part with thoughts they didn't have, and it was us being like a blender to stir up these thoughts. We were creating our own cloud of information naturally until we went and put those thoughts into Google now. And guess what? Where the mind goes, the body will follow. So once the world uploaded their thoughts online, it was only a matter of time where we would say we wanted to follow our thoughts, and that we would now want to be inside of the computer to reconnect with the thoughts that we uploaded on the web. This is deep stuff. Rewind the video over and over and listen to what Brother Sanchez is telling you, because you won't get it at the first time. Did you hear what I just said? Where your thoughts went, the soul, the body, all that gonna follow. When man start putting his life online, his thoughts and dreams, aspirations, all of his business and all that online, and they say, hey, you can follow your shit there now. You can go in your consciousness now. All of that. Think about what I'm telling you. You put the head over there, the tail to follow. We uploaded our whole brain on the internet. And now they finna upload your soul to go and reunite with the thoughts you put on the web. And that's what's gonna make people more susceptible to do it. When you locked out of your Facebook account because they no longer accepting this old internet no more because everybody uploading their consciousness into the virtual web, and now you cast it out of society, you're going to feel lonely and left out with us few little tinfoil hatters walking around dying on an empty earth. But I'm willing to do it. That's when all of this shit, when they said earth and heaven tossed into the lake of fire, the internet is the first heaven in Revelation. It's 7 heavens. The first heaven was the World Wide Web. Earth was casted into that. Now they creating the second heaven now, which they call the second return, where you put your soul into it. And for that to happen, this whole internet that they built and the earth we live on gotta be tossed into the second heaven. So earth and heaven is being tossed into the lake of fire, which is this new virtual space. The whole internet we're enjoying now, all of that is gonna be uploaded into the simulation as an Akashic record source. Is basically going to reconnect you to a profile that connect you to this world. All of our information is online now. And so when you get in the simulation, you don't have to process thoughts with a brain in a simulation. Your avatar won't have a brain. Your thoughts will be uploaded right into your avatar via the web because you're in the computer now. Think about it, right? Because I don't know if y'all get what I'm saying. Right now, if you want to learn how to do karate, you got to go online, upload videos of people teaching it, and then you got to upload the lesson into your brain. And then your brain got to process the lesson to your body so you can learn karate. And you got to do that for months before you learn karate. That's called uploading that shit into the brain. It's a slow process like the old school internet. That's a slow download. Elon Musk said education in the future is going to be faster because in a simulated universe, you don't have to learn. You in the computer. So instead of going to a video learning karate and kicking and punching in the living room, you don't have a body. You're an avatar in a simulation. And when you want to learn karate, you just upload it into your avatar and you know karate now. You just upload it. Essentially, that's what learning is, uploading. But it's a slow process what nature created with training and learning. But she did that so that you appreciate the gift you acquired. So if you had to train every day to learn karate, it'll be a level of respect with this gift. And it'll be when you deal with gurus and black belts, it's a spiritual system too, because the process of moving through the belts creates a humble human, training every day. But in a world where you can just download everything, ain't gonna be no humbleness. People ain't gonna have no respect for the arts. One day you can download ninjutsu. When you get tired of that, you can download taekwondo. When you get tired, you can just, it's too easy. So it seemed good, but they cheating the natural process. It's going to create a barbaric experience where we don't even appreciate the very arts that make us human no more. We abuse them. We run through them like hip hop albums. Yeah, man, I knew karate yesterday. Today, I'm a yoga instructor. Tomorrow, I'm going to upload to be a dentist. Tomorrow, you know what? I'm going to be a goddamn ballerina. I'm going to upload that. You can just be what kind of world would that be? We will lose the respect and pride of what it means to achieve something. And to pay dues for it. Like, this is not cool, but like I said, that's how it would take place in a simulated universe. You don't have to learn. You just, the web, you're in the internet now. So you don't got to learn karate by watching a video. You in the computer. You just upload karate, the person who know karate, that knowledge exists as a code. And if you're in a simulated universe, not only can you download Taekwondo, you can download different fighters' templates. You can say, not only do I want to learn martial arts, I want to fight exactly how Bruce Lee did. And you would actually make every movement Bruce Lee would make. So you can be specific too. Is that deep? Yes, that's where we're going. Let's hit play.
Trying to teach agriculture companies that the soil is alive, that it's not just dirt that you can put chemicals on. It's a living matrix. If we don't even know what a single centimeter of soil is, how do we know what the human brain is? We don't. We don't know what the source of consciousness is. We don't know where we come from. We don't even know if there's a meaning to this universe or not.
How they saying we don't know all that, but we know how to synthesize it? This is double talk. These are devils. They're trying, they want you to be dumb about one thing, but smart on another. In other words, what they hiding when they say we don't know, what they don't want to tell you is we actually in a simulation now. If you knew that you were in a simulation right now, you wouldn't be trying to go into another simulation. Let me say that again. If you knew that you were in a simulation right now, you wouldn't be trying to go deeper into fake realities, family. The moment you found out you were in a simulation right now, you would say, okay, I'm good on y'all new simulation. I would like to see what the real world is like. Think about it. If you knew right now you was in a fake reality, what would you say? You would say, damn, I want to see the real reality. You wouldn't say, no, I want to go into a faker reality. Put me in a reality that's even faker now. So they got to tell you We don't know if we may be living in a fake reality right now. We don't know if maybe that's happening to us right now, but we know how to reverse engineer it. We don't know what a brain is or how the mind works, but we know how to upload it. Y'all better wake up. We don't know what the mind is and how it works, but we know how to put it in a goddamn computer though. We don't even know what the mind is. You don't know what it is, but you know how to put it in a fucking computer. Y'all better wake up. They don't want you to know you in a computer now, because if you knew that, you'll be trying to break out of this matrix, not go deeper into another one. They can't sell this new soul capturing technology with you waking, because guess what? I'm gonna tell y'all something. Listen, they knew when they introduced this technology to the world, the first thing we was gonna think about was, damn, if man can make a fake universe and put us in it, and when we go in it, we won't even be able to tell the difference between the universe man made and the real world. The first thing we would have thought about when we figured that out, when they told us that they done that, the first thing we would have did was said, whoa, if man can do that, how do we know he haven't done that? How do we know we're not in one now? See, they know that. They know how you think. They know soon as they introduce this mind uploading shit with this fake universe shit, that the moment they introduce this to you, something gonna happen in your mind. The truth gonna happen. And you gonna say, well, wait, well, hold up now. If man can do that, how do I know it ain't been done now? And see, that's when they say, we don't even know what the mind is. We don't even know what reality is. We don't even know if that can be happening now. We don't even know if we're in a matrix now. We don't know this stuff. And the reason they say that is because if they tell you, yes, y'all, we can upload your mind in one of our fake universes, and guess what? The reason we can do that is because we're in a fake universe now. You're living in a fake simulation right now. They can't tell you that. They got to say, yeah, we can upload your mind into a fake universe, but we don't know if we living in one now. We don't know how our mind currently works. We don't know how the brain function. There's so much we don't know about our world. We don't know about, see, they go to playing dumb when you go there. Now, if you ask them about this fake world that they making and this pretty avatar that they got for you, they'll talk your ear off for hours, and telling you how it works. Then when you say, well, listen, do you think we living in a simulation? Oh, that's going to be quick as fuck. He going to play dumb then. Oh, now we don't know if we may be living in a simulation. That's a mystery, see? We don't even know how the mind works. Well, how can you upload it, brother? He won't know how to answer that. Well, see, what we can do is there are certain triggers and neurons and shut your ass up. See what I'm saying? On one hand, we know how to upload the mind. On the other hand, we don't even know how the damn brain works. This shit don't make sense. Wait a minute. On one hand, we don't know shit about the world outside, but on the other hand, we know how to recreate it in a computer. Oh my God, y'all better wake up. Ain't that deep? Ain't that deep? When we go to talking about the possibilities of us being in a simulation, they turn into dummies. But when we ask them about the simulation they engineered, oh, they the smartest geniuses on earth. They know everything about how to recreate a universe, but can't teach you nothing about the one you in. Because the moment they start doing that, that's when you know how to get out of it. And they don't want you out. The plan is to get you deeper into it, embedded into this new one. layered in and locked in. They trying to lock you in. So going into the possibilities of us being in a simulation right now is getting into the conversation of us escaping the matrix, and we can't have that one. That's why they go to playing dumb, being hypocrites. That's why they act like we really supposed to believe that you don't know if we're in a simulation or not right now, but you know how to create a simulation. You know how to upload the mind. Oh, but you don't know what the mind is when I ask you if the mind is probably uploaded right now. Y'all get it? When I go to asking them, hey, do you think the human mind right now may be being projected into the body, which is an avatar within a simulation? They go to acting dumb, man. But if you ask them, can they project the human mind into a simulation, they know how. That's saying, we don't want your ass to get out of here, but you want you to go into our new world. So when you start talking about this world being fake, they say, oh, we don't know about all that, man, but we know how to create another fake world. That don't make sense, family. Listen to me. I'ma just hit play, man. Y'all will get it.
Not. Yet we think that we can make a simulation that's as valid as this. Every simulation we make misses something. Think about the difference between being in a jazz club and listening to a great CD. There's a difference, and some of those differences we understand and some of them we don't. So when I see people rushing off to upload consciousness to a chip, it feels more like escape from humanity than it is a journey forward. And I get it. Life is scary.
That's the fucking smartest thing they said the whole video. I'm serious. This dude right here, I give him a little props, even though he's a devil too. But that's the smartest thing on the whole video. Salutes to this scientist here, whatever his name is, because I'm with him on that. I'm going to replay it. Listen what he say.
Know if there's a meaning to this universe or not. Yet,
For sure, even though we're
perfected people are between being in a jazz club, simulation we make misses something. Think about the difference between being in a jazz club and listening to a great CD. There's a difference, and some of those differences we understand and some of them we don't. So when I see people rushing off to upload consciousness to a chip, it feels more like escape from humanity than
when we forgot how to be human, we wanted to run from what we are. And that's what he's saying. The world rushing to upload their minds onto chips is a cop-out because you can't master your human self. You can't master the self. So instead of you naturally perfecting yourself, you're going to create a perfected avatar in a fake world and put your consciousness in it, and you can be that person you really wanted to be. The nature created a process for that. It's called transformation. See, what we're doing is like a caterpillar, knowing that it got to transform to a butterfly, but instead of it making a cocoon and doing it the natural way and dying as a caterpillar so it can transform to a butterfly, the caterpillar creates a goddamn computer and uploads a butterfly body into it and put his caterpillar consciousness into the butterfly body that's in a computer. That damn caterpillar is a cheetah. You ain't no real damn butterfly. You just a sleeping caterpillar. You only a damn butterfly in your mind and your illusory virtual world. The real butterflies are flying around you, looking at you sleep on the ground as a caterpillar, dreaming that you're a butterfly. Transform and quit trying to cheat the natural process. We're going to have to make a choice, humanity. Is you gonna transform to become a butterfly, you caterpillars? Or is you gonna cheat this shit and let them create a butterfly body for you in a fucking beast computer and you just try to be a sleeping caterpillar here, you faker, you fake phony. That's what this whole synthetic world is about. Synthetic motherfuckers are fake. That's a sleeping caterpillar. In his mind, he flying around. But nigga, you ain't transformed for real. Do it the right way. Get out your mind. This world wants you living in your mind. And when you go to living in your mind, you ain't enjoying the natural world outside. And you lose respect for the natural process of transformation. Everything in nature respects the natural process of growth and development. But humans, why do we want to cheat it? A seed doesn't make a computer of a tree and say, I'm going to project my seed, mine, into that big old tree in a computer. The seed don't say, put me in a computer. The seed say, put me in the ground and let me die a natural death as a seed so that I can live as a tree. And a caterpillar says, put me in my cocoon, in my tomb, and I will live again as a butterfly. But a coward says, put me in a hard drive, in an avatar, you coward. And a coward dies a million deaths because when you get caught up in these simulations, they can load you deeper and deeper into simulations, deeper and deeper into avatars, you coward, and you will have to die a trillion deaths to find the true self again. You better listen. My voice is a warning for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, but most of all, if your third eye is open to decipher, my fellow Deciferians.
Then it is a journey forward. And I get it. Life is scary. I mean, women, real life women are scary. You know, the people are scary. The moisture is scary. Death is scary. Babies.
See, a seed that's scared to go in the dirt, and that seed want to inject into a computer-generated tree and cheat the natural process of growing roots. That's a seed that will only bear fruit in its mind, not in its reality. And those are the people walking around who can't manifest the life they see in their head. They ain't planted themselves. Listen to me, all right? The thing about you not being scared of death and dying a natural death at this time is very important. You want your body put in the ground, and when you die, you want to exit your body the natural way. We're entering a time on earth where death is going to go away. People are going to be on their deathbeds. They're going to have the option to upload. And people are so scared of death that, think about this, right? You know how they going to get everybody stuck in a synthetic universe? They already scared you about death with hellfires. And they convicted you because they pushing poison in music, sex, drugs. The chances of anybody getting to heaven are slim, and they know that. They gave you a religion to make you scared of death, then made it hard to make it out of hell. So most of the world know they going to hell, even a lot of these Christians. But think about it. On your deathbed, if you indoctrinated, which most of the world are, that's going to run across your brain like, what if I go to hell, man? And here go the doctor telling you, well, if you want to live forever, we got the option. I mean, it's free. The government is giving free health. See, at this time, healthcare gonna be free. This gonna fall under free healthcare. The fact that if you want to upload and you don't want to die, it's free. The government will pay for your upload. It's free healthcare. And they already got us scared of death. This how they gonna trap our souls. Once you, because of your cowardice and you scared to die a natural death like your ancestors, they can trap your soul in a fake universe forever. Because once you get in they shit, you can't die. They gotta extract you out. You can't extract yourself out. You can beg them forever, please extract me out, and they can be beating the shit out of you for eternity. That's funny, but it ain't funny. Hold up, that's sad though, but it's funny though. But for real though, they can be beating the shit out of you for eternity and you can't die. Or whatever they want to do. And you be like, please let me out. That's why the Bible said in this day, man gonna seek death, but ain't gonna find it. It also tell a story about the seed sower, the man who sowed some seeds in the dirt and some seed was thrown on the cement and they didn't set no roots. Them seeds died. You know what seeds them is? The ones that was thrown on the concrete were the ones put into the virtual reality. Your soul is a seed. And when it's planted within the natural ether, it grows into in other words, you're going to keep having this human experience over and over again. The natural way. But in the fake way, when you load in a world, there is no death again. There is no death in their universe. Whatever your avatar look like, it doesn't age. It's just like you frozen in time and they'll simulate day and night and all that. But even though day and night is happening, it won't be no aging process or a rusting process or oxidation process. So it's going to be slightly different laws. Now check it out. You know, when they told the story about the seed sower, when your soul leave the earth, it's planted within another body, in another fetal sac, and have another experience. That's another way to say your soul is a seed planted in the dirt, which is your soul will continue to re-enter the fetal sac of a mother, and Solomon will rebuild his temple, which is the human body, in another mother, and then he will dwell in that temple in another lifetime. Remember what I told you? The human body is the temple of Solomon. The soul of man dwells in this body. And the soul of man will continue to recreate that body in another fetal sac over and over again to relive these experiences till it make it to this base reality. This called journeying through the stairway to heaven. With each simulation we're projected into, we gotta die out of it. Extraction is death, termination, or whatever. So that right there ought to take away your fears of death. But now check this out. Sowing the seeds naturally is dying a natural death. The seeds go in the ground, they grow into beautiful trees again, which is humans on these ethereal realms with the ancestors. When we die, when Brother Sanchez die, my soul gonna go into another mother on a higher realm, closer with my ancestors, rejoin with my grandma again. By the time I get there, she'll be the age of my grandma again now. So she'll be same thing happening. Okay? We walk in the footsteps of our ancestors to the stairway of heaven. All right? The soul, the great Passover is my soul being replanted into the dirt, which is my mother earth, into the next realm to grow again into this beautiful tree called Bro Sanchez. Why would I stop that to be uploaded into the beast computer? Why would I stop that beautiful process, family? Don't fall for the deceptions of the devil. Why would I want to be frozen in time when every time we're reborn, nature is perfecting us? They dumbed you down and they want to freeze you at this level right here in a matrix because they got you so dumbed down. Now check this out. Sowing the seed on the hard concrete, it don't take root. When your soul is injected into a hard drive, that's what the Bible talking about. The story of the seed sower. The seeds that's thrown on the hard ground, it's the souls injected on the hard drive. They can never be born again like Christ. They'll be stuck in the beast. I hope y'all get what I'm saying. Let's finish the video. Put a 1 in the chat room if you still with me, because I haven't saw the chat move for a while. Let me know that you still can hear me and we still rocking and rolling, because I don't see the chat moving. But let's finish the video. After we finish this video, I'm gonna close out, but we gotta finish it. Let's go.
Are scary. Other people who don't speak the same language or have the same customs, they're scary. All sorts of stuff is scary. And I understand the idea of this kind of having a Sim City perfected simulation that I can go into and not have to worry about all that stuff I don't know, where everything is discrete, everything is a yes, no, this, that, all the choices have been made. There's a certain attractiveness to that, but that's dead. It's not alive. There's no wonder. There's no awe. There's nothing strange and liminal and ambiguous about it.
The idea in mind.
Now that dude right there, you know, in a way, he's kind of, what y'all think about this guy? Okay. He's straddling the fence. They might do something to him. What you think about this guy? He's saying what I'm saying. He literally just said, you know, all of this stuff is cool, but when you really think about it, that's dead. And that's what I just said, man. That's death. You killing me. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think about this guy? Oh, shout out the Information Man. Brother Information Man in the chat. What y'all think about this guy? Like I said, even though he's a mainstream scientist, he's kind of telling us some real good shit here, though. So I kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. If you think about what he's saying exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's some good technology, but I don't know if it's really what we want to do. So even our own scientists are doubting this stuff, which I think that's amazing. That's amazing. Even he's doubting this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But let's hit play and hear what the next one's got to say.
The choices have been made. There's a certain attractiveness to that, but that's dead. It's not alive. There's no wonder. There's no awe. There's nothing strange and liminal and ambiguous about it.
The idea in mind uploading is that we can store ourselves on silicon. We can upload our personalities, our brains, some part of our consciousness onto computers, and they can stay around forever. It is a far out there technology, for sure. Even though British Telecom was working on it, even though people are working on it, it's very early days. Ray Kurzweil has famously kind of pegged the date when we're going to have to deal with this problem as 2045. That may be really, really enthusiastic. I think it's a conservative prediction.
Why sell it like it's got to happen in my lifetime? Because that always, to me, seems like you're just tickling that part of the brain that religions like to tap in. That sort of egocentric, it's all about me, and I want to continue on in the future. I get that, of course, I do too, but What if it's 2140? I know you're doing all the blood cleansing, but you're not gonna make it, like another century now. But even so, what if it's 3150, not 3140, 1,000 years from now? I mean, that's possible, but you and I aren't going to be here to enjoy it. All the more reason we should be skeptical when the idea on the table being offered to us feels too good to be true. It almost always is. Not always, but usually.
I was on a panel with a famous transhumanist, and he was arguing that it's time that human beings come to accept that we will have to pass the torch of evolution to our digital successors, and that once computers have the singularity and they're really thinking and better than us, then we should really only stick around as long as the computers need us, to keep the lights on and oil their little circuits or whatever we have to do, and then after that, fade into oblivion. And I said, hey, no, wait a minute. Human beings are still special. We're weird. We're quirky. We've got David Lynch movies and weird yoga positions and stuff we don't understand, and we're ambiguous and weird and quirky. We deserve a place in the digital future. And he said, oh, Rushkoff, you're just saying that because you're human. As if it's hubris, right? Oh, I'm just defending my little team. And that's where I got the idea. All right, fine, I'm a human. I'm on team human. And it's not team human against the algorithms or against anything other than those who want to get rid of the humans. I think
Nah, fuck that. I'm with him, but it's team human against the world. Hell no. If it's anything trying to synthesize the human, we're against it, because you're trying to replicate the real thing. And this is where, you gotta, we already got a battle with human rights. And then human rights gonna be shared with AI rights. And in the future, if you break a robot, that may be murder once they start putting consciousness inside of robots. Think about it. If a person upload their consciousness into a human skin, and you damage that human skin, they can re-upload the consciousness into another skin. But what would be the penalty for that? Is that murder? You knocked them out of their body, they had to buy another one. Maybe it'll be a fine. How would the laws to this? See, the laws got to be rewritten. If a real human destroys a universe, what would be the crime for that? Because look, if all of these universes are being loaded from certain points, there will probably be some kind of earthly vigilantes here going around trying to destroy the towers to wake people up out the universe. You're going to have them. What'll be the price of a person destroying a universe? Like we on some Star Wars shit. You actually can destroy a universe. Yeah, pull them motherfuckers out the plug. Snatch this shit out the plug. Wake up, bitch. That'll be crazy. But let's finish this. Yeah, so that's crazy, man.
Humans deserve a place. Certainly until we understand what it is we are, we shouldn't get rid of us. And as far as I'm concerned, we're cool. We're still weird and funny and wonderful. And yeah, we destroyed the environment. We did really nasty things. But I would argue we do those things when we're less than human. We do those things when we can dehumanize others. And this desire to transcend the human, I feel like it's excusing a whole lot of behaviors. It's excusing a whole lot of dehumanization. It makes it easier to send kids into caves to get rare earth metals for your phone. It makes it easier to create toxic waste everywhere. It makes it easier for you to think of the human timeline as having a beginning, middle, and an end because we're going to transcend it. And that's a sick myth that could very well end our species, but really, I would say to the detriment of our little universe.
Get smarter.
One of the problems we have in...
Yeah, that's right, man. Think about it. The reason, excuse me. excuse me. So the reason, excuse me, the reason that it would destroy our current universe is because most of the world would want to live in a fake world. Most people would like to live their life out through their internet portrayal of themselves. So in a fake universe, you're going to have fake people. The consciousness that's controlling that avatar, you may have a woman walking around looking very good in this fake universe, but it may be a dude on Earth who told them, look, I want to be a woman in that universe. You'll never know. Your wife may really be a man. It's going to be that deep. So it's a lot of fakery. Like you can be who you want to be. You can change it at any moment. Avatars can be edited. This is a universe of shapeshifters. One day you can be black. One day you can be white. Talk about shapeshifting. I used to deny it, but now, hey, maybe is some truth to that. And maybe there are interdimensional beings, like I said, using those later portals underground to upload here into this simulation. And maybe they can edit there. Maybe at certain points through the day, it's possible that you can be 10 different people on an assignment here as an interdimensional being. And you go and do the president job for 2 hours as Donald Trump. And then you disappear for 10 minutes and come back as Jim Carrey and do some work. And he disappears 10 minutes and they're recycling consciousness through these same avatars. So it's possible that if we're right, certain people in power may be a bunch of different people taking shifts to control that one avatar from another dimension. All of this stuff is possible. It have been people said, it have been certain leaders at two places at one time and they was trying to figure it out. Sometime they may make mistakes. Like, hold up, who using Trump? Nigga, I'm using Trump. What the fuck you doing the speech right now over there? Nigga, I'm Trump too over here. Y'all tripping, get the order right. If this interdimensional shit is real, like we saying, maybe some of these folks ain't stupid and they do got proof of spotting the same person in two different places, and we probably think they just dumb. And sometimes these interdimensional beings make mistakes. Like, hold up, nigga, you Jim Carrey right now? Nigga, yeah. You need to find a porter, nigga, beam out, beam out. We can't be two Jim Carreys, nigga, move. You know what I'm saying? But it's a lot of deep shit we got to think about with everything we finding out now. But I'm going to leave y'all with that. We don't want to put too much in one video. So let's call out the Cash App donations and get out of here. Hey, salutes to Ian Elief. Much love, fam. Shout out to my brother Wiggleworks, Ryan, Chanel Martin Singletary, Shadell Doss, Chaz Jackson. Shout out to Leonardo and Jasmine Martin. I want to thank you all for those Cash App donations. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to leave y'all with this today. That's enough for today. So peace and much love. I love y'all. Be safe and look, don't have no fears. All right, we got this, and be on the lookout for more informative streams here on Bro Sanchez TV. Again, peace and much love.